Good morning everyone and welcome to the Rotorua Lakes Council and our council meeting today on the 22nd of November. It's a pleasure to be joined today by a number of the public. We also remind people that this meeting is being live streamed, so if you could please just have your mobile phones on silent. We will look to take a short break after the declaration of our new Rural Community Board member, and then we will take a lunch break around about 1 o'clock depending how we go. Before we start this meeting, I'd like to invite Councillor Waru to open us up with our karakia.
Kei noi tata. E honora he korori ki te atua he mau ngarongo ki te whenua he whakaaro pai ki ngā tāngata katoa amini. Hanga maira e te atua he ngā kouhou ki roto ki tēnā o mātau. Arei tia mana ki tia mai mātau roto i a mātau mahi katoa. Pai hoa, e nei mātau a upononga tuku whakawhetai atuna ki a koe i te niata. E pai ei te haere o ngā mahi. Pai ei te haere o ngā whakatau. E pai ei hoa ko koe hoki tō mātou kai whakaora. Āmini.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waru. I'd now like to call for any apologies. Councillor Kaifong.
Councillor Wang for lateness, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Maxwell.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just have to pop out at around 11:45 for an appointment I couldn't change. Thank you, and I'll be back straight after.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Councillor Maxwell. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive those apologies? Moved by Councillor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Barker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. That's carried. Do we have any declarations of interest this morning? There appear to be none. Any urgent items that are not on the agenda?
I have one.
Councillor Lee.
Madam Chair, you'll recall back in August when we considered the fluoridation matter, I brought to the Council's attention that there was a legal challenge underway by Health New Zealand against the Director General of Health and in particular his directives to the 14 councils, including Rotorua, to fluoridate. As you may be aware, the New Health New Zealand have been successful in their first round, and the court has declared the directives illegal. And I seem to recall having some legal advice back on the 2nd of August that said that we had no options but to continue with the fluoridation. And that was the legal advice that was presented to this council. I am resisting the urge to say I told you so, but it's a very significant ruling which has impact beyond the fluoridation issue. But in any event, although at this stage the directives have been deemed illegal, the court hasn't yet set aside the directives. That will be considered by the court if such arrangements can't be agreed between the parties. At this time, I am concerned about the council taking action and progressing with an order that the courts have deemed illegal. So I'd like to know...
I will let you finish, but just for noting, I do want to note that, yes, you can raise this as an urgent item. It will be under the minor matters in our section. However, just making clear that we won't be able to make any resolution or decision, but I am happy to discuss it. So just to confirm, your urgent item on the agenda was regarding...
So my question is, does Council intend to continue to implement an illegal directive?
Thank you. And you may finish the rest of your comments. Now, apologies, I did need to note that, so you could continue commenting.
Oh, I think those comments are sufficient for the time being. Thank you. Yeah.
We might just give a brief response now. I do note that we also have a petition on this matter, of which we could provide some more information or hear some more information as well. I'll let our interim CE respond.
Tēnā tātou. Yes, the Council is aware of the High Court decision, and that's correct. Technically, the directive has not been overturned yet. Stavros has written to the Director General of Health to seek guidance on how they intend to proceed, and clarification of what the Director General's view is in terms of the legality of the directive. For the time being, until we get clarification on our legal position, the organisation has decided to pause work on bringing back a tender to this table so that you have clarity on what the legal position is before we proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, as well as the pause, this council will not be making any final decisions towards complying with the directive until all those legal matters pertaining to the directive have been resolved, and of course what council's clear legal obligations have been clarified. So thank you for raising that urgent item. Were there any other urgent items for this morning? There appear to be none. So we will move to, we have received, before we start our formal agenda, we have received a public petition. So this petition is regarding the fluoridation of Rotorua water supply. I'd now like to welcome Teresa Brown and note that there is 5 minutes to present, and if there is time remaining, 5 minutes for questions as well. So you're more than welcome to take the presenter's stand, please. And just for timing purposes, we will just notify you when you've got 1 minute remaining in case you need to wrap it up.
I'd just like to say thank you for having me here today, and those behind that are supporting the petition, and my friend and mentor, Brian Maskell, who will be here to support me with questions at the end in regarding to legal matters. Shall I start?
Just whenever you're ready.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of Council, the purpose of my presentation today is to assist you all with a better understanding regarding the hazardous toxic substance fluoridation and the implication of it in being in our Rotorua waters, particularly with the high probabilities of harm to humans, harm to the district water infrastructure, and substantial environmental harms, including aqua life and plant life. And I will explain further on what that means. So the element fluorine has the highest negative electronic charge in the whole of the elemental table. That means that fluorine put into our water supply as one of its salts, as a stabler, will extract other essential minerals, for example, from people's bodies and from plumbing systems. So fluoride acts as a chelator. Thus, it binds minerals to itself. And in many people's homes, the plumbing systems have brass fittings, copper piping. So fluoride will extract highly toxic lead from the brass filaments and extract copper in excessive and toxic quantities that the people will ingest with that water running through those pipes. There is no safe level. So just a little explanation of what fluoride is not. So fluoride is not a nutrient. It's not an essential for human development. There is no single biochemical process in the body that has been shown to require fluoride for normal function. Fluoride is not needed to sustain any life anywhere in the environment. Rather, fluoride is inherently a hazard to all life forms. There is no bodily requirement for fluoride. There is only potential downsides to the fluoride being put in our water. There is no safe level of fluoride exposure. It is associated with lowered IQ, as is the scientific research is coming through in the National Toxicology Project finding. So fluoride is also a bioaccumulative, so it's a cumulative poison. So it accumulates not only in the soil and the environment, but also in the human body. It accumulates in the skeletal bones and calcifies the pineal glands. This has huge implications for mental health. It inhibits the melatonin production. Therefore, it will disrupt the circadian rhythms, lowering IQ and general mental function. So when fluoride accumulates in the skeletal bones, it will cause progressive bone fragility, osteoporosis, and further on down the track, bone cancer. Note that the Director General of Health, in his directives, did not disclose that he had considered alternative approaches towards prevention of dental caries. This is what this is about. So the Director General of Health was required by the principles of administrative law to set out such alternatives and also to set out his reasonings why such alternatives were given no due weight. For example, the supervised toothbrushing program. I have a little pamphlet here to give to you at the end in regards to the successful solution, the Scotland Child Smile program. It was successfully launched in 2009, and they've got data and research all through here, comparing the Scotland data with New Zealand data in how effective the supervised toothbrushing program was in reducing dental caries, cavities, and increasing oral hygiene. So all around the world, they've been trialling the supervised toothbrushing program. Japan, Canada, Thailand, Ireland with the Winning Smiles program, and of course Scotland, as I've just suggested, with outstanding. And it saved the Scotland government €1.5 million euros per year. So in New Zealand here, the Northland Supervised Toothbrushing Program conducted by Dr. Alan Clark for her thesis requirement in the Otago University in 2017. In her words, she was astounded how quickly the results turned around, reducing tooth decay, cavities, and increasing oral hygiene. That's just in 1 year of the supervised toothbrushing program. There's information here too. This is her thesis here. If you'd like to look at it, you're welcome to have that in the green room. There is no evidence that the Director General has given any consideration to these highly probable outcomes in regard to the environment and the human health. Also, when a body is trying to eradicate fluoride from the bloodstream, the kidneys work to eradicate fluoride by flushing the fluoride out of the body. As fluoride is a chelator, it also takes out other minerals, particularly calcium and magnesium, which happens to be attracted to fluoride.
Thank you, Teresa. That is time, but perhaps if you'd like to wrap up.
Okay, sure. So there's environmental implications here as well, and I'll just say the recommendations that the Council consider asking officials to investigate further likely damage to the water delivery infrastructure and water disposal infrastructure as a result of additional fluoride acting as a chelator of minerals and metals. That the Council note likely hazards to all life forms in the environment from its water discharges, and that officials be instructed to liaise with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. That councillors note that local authorities have fiduciary obligations and equity to all people in its district, and that such a level of trust obliges councils to adopt the precautionary principle, and therefore to challenge in the High Courts whether the Director General directives are lawful.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Now we do have, we've probably only got about 4 minutes left for questions, so we'll open up. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Teresa. Good to see you here in the chambers. Just a quick question. Where does the fluoride proposed to be used for dosing our community come from? And is it designed for this purpose, or is it a byproduct of another purpose?
That's a good question. I have a copy of this book here, and there is... would you like to answer that question?
Yes. Councillor, the situation is that the fluorine is extremely expensive to produce, and it's a very dangerous material. I'm a defence strategist by background, and we use it to make atomic weapons. But producing it at a very small quantity is extraordinarily expensive. We use this high-quality fluorine in toothpaste, but it makes toothpaste quite expensive. So, in order to put large quantities into public water supplies, you have to go to the basic rock phosphate that is used to make superphosphate and take the scrubbings from the chimney. Now, unfortunately, this particular type of rock also contains many other co-contaminants: arsenic, mercury, uranium, thorium, and a whole pile of others, many of which are bioaccumulative, but most importantly, it contains mercury and lead. So you cannot look at things in isolation, because if you have one molecule of lead with a piece of mercury, it multiplies the neurotoxicity of the mercury by 2,000 times. All this is in the research literature we can provide. So we're here dealing not with fluoride, but fluoride and a number of very dangerous biocontaminants. And so therefore, the Director General under law, because I come from a machinery government background, the Director General is only allowed to decide on putting fluoride into public water supplies, not lead, arsenic, mercury, uranium, thorium, and other co-contaminants. We have a list of these co-contaminants, by the way, which we can supplementarily provide for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kiriopa, and please let me know if you do have a question, because we will run out of time shortly, so also please be succinct.
Kia ora, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just interested in what some of the potential environmental issues are that we might be need to be considering as a result of fluoridisation, please.
Fluoride is said to disrupt the Shikimati pathways. It disrupts, it inhibits protein uptake. It is also, because it's a bioaccumulative, it accumulates in frogs and salmon in their skeletal bone structure, and causing deformity and shortened lifespan. I have sent Lena the references to the it's the Journal of Zoo Medicine in regards to that. There is a reference to it in the Fluoride New Zealand webpage, and I will offer, I'd like to, as a gift, to provide you all with these books. It's actually really good reading. So some of the information that Brian has just given you, there's information at the back here. There's also a kaupapa, Māori kaupapa principles here and how it affects Māori, along with data and mother's milk, the implications of fluoride in the water, particularly if you're bottle feeding your baby. So the infant, it's particularly very harmful from 0 to 7 years old, and particularly in utero with fluoridated water. So the bottle-fed baby will be receiving 200 to 300 times more fluoride than the breastfed baby, so that the baby will be exposed to this neurotoxin right from basically the word go. Not a good start to life.
Thank you, Teresa. We'll take one final question from Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Teresa and Brian. Brian, is it contemplated, this is just the first round in a legal battle, from what you're saying, there's likely to be other legal avenues pursued along the way, regardless of whether the Director General eventually gets around to complying with the Bill of Rights?
Yes, the situation at the moment is strange in that we have basically a technical question that's been posed by David Sloan and New Health New Zealand about the single matter of whether or not the Director General complied with NZ BORA requirements and gave due consideration to it when he formulated his directives. And so, as Councillor had mentioned in his introduction today, that situation is what we're faced with at the moment, and the parties have been sent away to see if they can reach a resolution about what remedy is required. Now, the position, as I understand it from my legal colleagues, and talking with them about the machinery of government requirements of what the Director General was required to do, he was required to comply with all of the principles of administrative law when he formulated his directives. We've sought information, and there's no evidence he complied with most of the fundamental principles of administrative law in making those directives. So at the moment, there are discussions going on with lawyers both here and overseas as to whether or not we can mount a successful further challenge to the present legal position, going way beyond just the New Zealand Bora issue, because it would appear under the what Philip Joseph says here in Constitutional Administrative Law of New Zealand is that the Director General has acted illegally in his approach to formulating these directives. So there are moves afoot at the moment that I'm involved with, which are to bring a much broader case. There are also other local authorities whose councillors, many councillors, are also very concerned about further reinforcing this position. So my urgings to this council would be to cooperate with other councils around any initiatives to advance a further judicial review into the higher courts of New Zealand.
Look, thank you very much, Teresa. Thank you very much, Brian. We will, if you don't mind, just the reports, if you're happy to leave them and table them, and then we'll make sure that that is available for councillors to find further information. Look, can I thank you both for taking the time to present the petition? Can we also thank the 220 signatures to the petition and those who have come in person? There are multiple views on this issue, but we do appreciate you taking the time to be able to express it. And from a council position, just reiterating what you've already heard, that we have put this on pause until we have further directive on it as well. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Members of the Council.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. We will continue on with our formal agenda now, so we'll go into the minutes before taking the staff reports. For those who do not wish to stay for the entire council meeting, you are welcome to leave at your pleasure. Thank you very much for being here. So we will start off with our confirmation of the minutes. So this is for the council meeting held on the 25th of October. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive these? That is Councillor Kai Fong, seconded by Councillor Brown, and that's that the minutes of the council meeting are confirmed as true and correct. Were there any matters arising from the minutes? Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a minor detail. It's recorded here that I opened the meeting with a karakia. It's probably more accurate to say a prayer. And I closed not with a karakia, but a priestly blessing or a closing prayer, whichever you prefer.
Okay. Karakia is just the word that we use, but if you wish us to change that to a blessing, then that is fine.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Okay, we'll carry on. Thank you, those are carried. We will now move to our staff reports. It is my great pleasure to be starting our meeting today with the declaration of our new Rotorua Rural Community Board member, John Atkinson. I'd like to share a little bit of information about him before inviting him to the table to sign his declaration. So John and his wife Susan, who is here with him in support, have dairy farmed in the Waikato Valley since 1999. John has a Bachelor of Agricultural Science from Lincoln University, which he graduated with honours, and has completed Massey University's Sustainable Nutrient Management and Greenhouse Gas Emissions papers. John was also a former member of the now dissolved Upper Waikato Catchment Committee, and he did chair the dairy section of Rotorua Taupo Federated Farmers from the time period of 2019 to 2021. So we see that you will bring great experience, great knowledge, and of course, great passion to your new role as a Rotorua Community Board member. Before I invite you up, I'd like to ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report declaration by Rural Community Board member John Atkinson. That's moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Patterson. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. That is carried. And it is now my pleasure, John, to invite you up to the table.
I, John Atkinson, declare that I will faithfully and impartially and according to the best of my skill and judgment execute and perform in the best interests of the Rotorua rural community the powers, authorities and duties vested in or imposed upon me as a member of the Rotorua Community Board by virtue of the Local Government Act 2002, the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987 and any other act. Dated at Rotorua this 22nd day of November 2023.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, what we'd like to do is take our morning tea break now to allow an opportunity for the councillors to congratulate John and also his wife Susan, and also for him to get an opportunity to meet us too. So we will take a short break now for 20 minutes, and we will return at 10:20, please. Thank you. We now have our agenda item, Rotorua Future Development Strategy. This is on page 17 of Council's agenda. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the report titled Rotorua Future Development Strategy Adoption and its associated attachments be received. That's moved by Councillor Kai Fong, seconded by Councillor Waru. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. I'd now like to invite JP, Damon, and also the independent chair of both the RRC and Bay Regional Council Joint Committee, Greg Hill. I'd like to just hand over to you to overview your report and I believe a presentation as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to probably just give a bit of context to Greg Hill, who's sitting beside me, by way of introductions. It's been really valuable to have Greg work as our independent chair on the joint committee. Greg's got lots of experience and has done a number of planning decisions here in Rotorua, so he's got experience of this place. Greg probably won't appreciate this bit, but he's been a planning professional in the RMA space and in policy development for 35 years. He's also been a former GM of what was the Auckland Regional Council before it turned into Auckland Council. So really significant leadership role in that organisation. He was also asked to chair the Auckland Intensification Planning Instruments hearings under the RMA, so he knows about intensification in our major city. And probably quite relevant to some of the discussion we're having today, he also chaired the government's technical advisory panel on the MPSUD 2020. So that's some of Greg's background there and why he sort of understands that national policy statement and planning in general. So really important. Damon Mathfield here is also the staff member who's led this process over the last couple of years and also made sure it effectively aligned around our housing and business assessment and also aligned with the consultation and engagement around Plan Change 9, since the two pieces do overlap to a degree. I'd also like to acknowledge Adam Fort, who's behind me. So Adam is Damon's equivalent across at the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. I think the Bay of Plenty Regional Council are receiving this item this afternoon, but they're in a workshop this morning, so Adam's got to report back to them. So, councillors, I'd just like to move across. Damon's got a bit of a presentation, and then we're just very keen to work through any questions you have.
Thanks. Just mindful that we did have a presentation prior to notification, so this really just covers some of the highlights of the strategy and the process, and then Greg will take us through the joint committee process and also the outcomes in terms of the findings of the submission, the hearings and deliberations process, and obviously leading through to the adoption today. But just, I think, quite importantly, it was signalled in JP's opening addresses. I suppose the policy context is critical here. It's really an urban form strategy for us, so it's around trying to achieve good urban form, and the current policy statement around urban development, which is a key NPS, was the driver behind looking at how we shape growth going forward. So regardless of what the growth trend is, we need to ensure that we have good urban form. And in terms of providing a strong steer for that, a 30-year strategy enables us to do that. So effectively, when we talk about good urban form, it's, I think, a key critical thing for us is ensuring that we not only have sufficient housing stock, that we also have the sufficient variety and choice of housing. So that comes into obviously the process, but also equally ensuring that we see growth where we have greatest accessibility. So that map on your left showing you those dark areas are areas which are most accessible to transport and future sort of active transport modes, as well as your commercial centres or shopping facilities and amenity. I think a key thing which also talks to government direction, is ensuring that we play a role in reducing carbon emissions. So quite importantly, growth matters in terms of ensuring that we develop a resilient growth pattern going forward. And when I say resilient, ensure that we play a role in reducing the fluctuations and caused by climate change going forward. We know that obviously high rainfall events obviously influence us significantly, and urban form matters. So we want to reduce carbon emissions over time by having a more compact city design. But also, I think in some respects, competing is providing sufficient land to meet demand. So we have a current housing crisis, so we also need to ensure that we've got sufficient land to allow land available both for housing but also for business to allow for competitive markets. So that's the policy context. Just in terms of, I think a backdrop to us planning for the FDS was ensuring that we had a robust evidence base. So as JB said, this has been in train over the last couple of years. The first year really setting a good baseline by establishing a housing and business development capacity assessment, which really developed the analysis to inform the development of the strategy. So we invested in quite a bit of time in understanding the trends. So a key thing is obviously understanding that we are a growing city, recognised by national or central government as a Tier 2 council or Tier 2 urban environment, which is a growth environment. So that graph at the top there, which is a little difficult to make out, shows that we've been growing since, I think, 1935 at 0.6%, if you look at the trend right across the years. But I think what's more significant is that when our current district plan was developed in 2016, the decade before that, we saw very little growth, so 0.2% growth. But since then, to 2013, we've seen 1.7% growth. So we've sit more recently in a high growth environment, and we've got to plan accordingly because there's a lag effect between planning and actual implementation. So plans do matter to ensure that we get a sufficient pipeline of the houses that we want, but we also get them in the right locations. But equally, it's about understanding that we're in a situation where we've got an aging population. 3/4 of our growth in 2030 will be largely one-person and two-person households. So we've got to ensure that we've got the right topology for that. And also, I think equally is the business context. We're growing population-wise, but we're also growing in terms of generating jobs by 2050. We're looking at 9,320 odd jobs. But I think quite importantly is that manufacturing as a sector is growing, and we also have significant sectors in tourism and obviously processing activities such as agriculture and timber. So manufacturing is important, and obviously having sufficient land for processing and light industrial activity came out as a key driver from the HBA. So we need to ensure that we've got sufficient land for that. So those were some of the sort of numbers that have driven the strategy. I think as a platform from a housing perspective, our first step in terms of setting up the FDS was ensuring that we've got sufficient intensification. Because I think a key driver for the growth is really ensuring we've got a compact city. So the first thing we looked at was our existing urban footprint, which I think you can just make out is all that yellow area, which is our residential 1 zone. And there we, through obviously the MDRS, it's upzoned for greater intensification. So there's greater opportunity to produce houses of different topologies that we need in the future. The areas that are coloured, that orange area is our high density zone that we've introduced. And then the other colours reflect our other commercial zones where we've introduced residential development opportunity, largely by increasing heights above our commercial centres and allowing for residential development. So that was the starting point, was Plan Change 9 to enable intensification provisions. It's important to note that the NPS-UD actually stipulated that we needed to look at our intensification provisions in our existing plan. So that was the starting point for the FDS. So now we get to really the FDS fundamentals. And as I mentioned, a key fundamental of the FDS was ensuring that we have a well-functioning urban environment. And the other key component was providing at least sufficient development capacity to meet the 30-year demand. And I think the word "at least" is quite important because we're not trying to provide just enough capacity to meet demand, because that wouldn't allow for a competitive land market. So we've gone for providing an oversupply of both land for business, but also for housing opportunity to ensure that we've got options in order to provide for that capacity. But if you look at the map on the right, really that paints the picture of the key changes with respect to the FDS. So the orange areas, the solid orange areas are really, if you look at them carefully, are areas where we are looking at short to medium term residential opportunity, and they're really our greenfield opportunity areas. And the misty sort of red areas are areas of long-term high density intensification. So when we talk about long-term, we're talking about 30 years, just so everyone's clear. And when we're talking about short to medium term, we're talking about 0 to 10 years. So that's really our residential picture. Obviously, a key thing for us is to ensure that we double down and supporting our city centre and our centres to start delivering residential living in a mixed-use manner. But also, we've got sufficient greenfield options in those orange areas to ensure that we've got land supply to ensure we've got an affordable home product. The yellow area to your left, if you look at the map going out west towards Hamilton on State Highway 5, is rural residential. So we've got some capacity to provide rural residential. And the faded orange areas, I think you can sort of just make it out north of Nangatai, and also our G Road, which is further up east beyond Wharanui, is our longer term residential areas, greenfield areas. The purple on the map, I think you can sort of just make it out, the dark purple and the nexus between State Highway 5 and State Highway 36 is short-term to medium-term business opportunity, and the faded purple along State Highway 5 to the west of it, going up north to Nangatai, and also along State Highway 30 are our longer-term business opportunities. So we feel we've catered sufficiently for both residential and business. So in terms of numbers, if we look at the residential, we're looking at providing for 12,400 dwellings by 2050, and that's all the orange and yellow coloured areas. And in business, we're providing for 195 hectares of business land. As I mentioned, it's important, firstly, in residential to oversupply to address issues around land ownership and geotechnical constraints. So when I say land ownership, obviously there's the potential for specific landowners to pull out. We also have issues around development at scale in a lot of our greenfield areas. Obviously, what's important is that that delivery takes place to meet the target. So we've got sufficient options, obviously, to deal with inconsistencies in delivery. But also in business, it's important that we've got sufficient land to provide options for heavier processing activities that are taking place within our existing urban area to move more to the fringes where we've identified land. So there again, it's important to provide greater options than what's required just to meet demand. And also modern business, especially business parks, require flexibility in terms of land parcel requirements. I think just quickly as well as this just reinforces, I suppose, the business picture is that it's not just really a housing strategy, it also addresses business. On the map to your left, you see the commercial centres. We know that the city centre is our primary hub. Obviously, it's got the most diversity of activities there. It's our commercial, retail and cultural hub, and we want it to stay that way. We also want to ensure that our office is largely located within the city centre as well, and it's still the major driver of commercial activity. But in the future, obviously, Owhata out east and Nangatai become play quite important roles going forward, because those yellow areas on the map there are areas of greenfield opportunity that will be largely realised in the medium and long term. So from a commercial perspective, it's important that our centres play the function that they need to going forward, and that we obviously look at reinforcing those with supporting amenity in those centres. Your map on the right really, I suppose there's a lot of arrows in that on the map, but it really shows you, I suppose, the business picture. If you look up out towards Ngātawa, I've touched on that already. We've created opportunity for business out there. Along State Highway 5, you can see the hatched yellow area is really it's a tourism gateway, so it's a key entranceway into the city, and there's current tourism activity along that state highway, and we would obviously want to reinforce that by providing further opportunity along State Highway 5 for that in the longer term. But equally, at the nexus between the two state highways, it's a key logistics junction, so there's opportunity for potential future commercial / light industrial type activity if managed well in terms of like a business park development. Those sort of dark areas that are within those circles, dotted circles along the state highways, are referring to key locations where we've got heavy type industrial activity that is in awkward locations because they're within our, I suppose, key commercial areas, and ideally we would like them to relocate, and that's in Wikaraka Street and Ngātawa, also in Fairy Springs and Napuna area. And the only way we can do that is doubling down around providing opportunity on the fringes. So as a starting point, obviously the Peka block becomes quite a crucial player in terms of attracting business away from those areas. A key thing in the strategy is also reinforcing State Highway 30 as a key logistics route. So most of the businesses that we engaged said, look, that eastern route out through to the port is crucial for their business. So ensuring that functions not only as a local connector, but also as a regional connector is critical for the strategy going forward. And equally, we've identified business opportunity along that eastern route, obviously phasing it in from the airport further north as the years go through. But the starting point in the short term would be really looking for enabling it and light industrial activity proximate to the airport or just south of the airport and close to the Eastgate Business Park. So that's really just the picture of business with respect to the FDS. So that was just a snapshot, I guess, on terms of what the strategy provides in terms of some of the key levers. I think a key thing to emphasise was that it was a heavily engaged process, and we refer to pre-engagement as all engagement that we did to develop the strategy prior to the notification of the strategy, which took place in June. So that was really shaping and helping with sort of blue sky thinking around what we wanted to come up with. So a key thing was around the 10 iwi and hapu workshops that we had. We also had significant workshops with community groups, developers, consultants, and also involved students. You can see that picture there shows some of the innovative kind of mapping exercises we did with students to try and get their perspective and flavour on things. And then we had 2 district-wide workshops with Mana Whenua, 9 technical meetings, and we saw this as a pretty innovative process as well as meeting with our key stakeholders, particularly government stakeholders on a regular basis, on a monthly basis, to knowing that potentially some of them would submit, but rather taking and canvassing key outputs with them along the journey so that we could get a steer in relation to their thinking. So they're like, NZTA, KO, MHUD were involved in a monthly process providing feedback on our outputs as they were being developed. And this was prior to notification again. And then a lot of one-on-one discussions with businesses, developers and consultants. It was difficult to meet them in a collective, as you would know, so a lot of after-hour engagements with key stakeholders to get rich input. We also ran a 11-part lecture series last year, which included an open day, which covered a lot of topics that effectively spoke to the outcome of the FDS. So we had rich input going into the development of the strategy. And then it really primed us to putting out a pretty robust product in May for the notification period. And being an SCP process, it was, we had up to a month to engage, but we increased it by 2 weeks. So it was a 6-week process from 17th of May to the 1st of June. So we felt there was adequate time for input. But further than that, we had about 18 separate engagement sessions, which were information sessions during that 6-week period where we could really engage with key stakeholders as they were drafting up their submissions. We received 109 submissions, which included both online survey submissions, but also comprehensive individual submissions. We received feedback also through workshops with iwi, trying to understand their aspirations for their future. And then a number of workshops, again, we went back to students, and which included schools and a tertiary institution to get their perspective on the notified product. And then we had public drop-in sessions, and obviously Facebook played a role. So just very quickly, website and social media was quite significant in this process, as it is becoming more significant in most of these processes. But just some of the numbers, we had 1,400 total visits to our Let's Talk page. That's pretty significant. And then 408 informed visits. And when we say informed visits, that's actually clicking on the map or document. It's not just visiting the page. And then 92 downloads of the technical report, which really surprised us, because that's not this FDS document that you got in your pack, but it's the real thick technical document that's got all the background information. And there were over 60 odd Facebook comments, and then what we called 73 engaged visitors, which were those that stepped through a survey response. So over 60% of the respondents found out about the FDS through the council website and social media. So hats off to the communications team that really pushed hard to get the word out around the FDS. And then, yeah, so that's sort of my stint, which sort of covers the FDS, obviously engagement process. I'd like to be able to hand over now to Greg, who will take you through the joint committee process and the hearings and where we landed with respect to the FDS.
Thank you, Damon. I'll just give you a very quick overview because I think it's been well covered in the reports and it's pretty much up there. Just so you know, I was brought in to be the independent chair of the Joint Committee subsequent to the FDS being notified, so I had no earlier involvement in the process, but I just want to confirm to you that my own view that it was really underpinned incredibly well by technical basis, the technical work that had been done, the spatial plan that had been done, the previous long-term plan. So my own view is that what was notified was an incredibly robust document, and certainly from my experience across the country working with things, it was a very good document. So as you know, that there was a joint committee set up between Rotorua District Council and Bay of Plenty Regional Council. There were 3 councillors, Councillor Kaifong, Councillor Waru and Councillor Brown from this council. As clearly set out there, the purpose of it was to hear the submissions, and having heard the submissions was then to make a recommendation back to both councils about adopting the draft and making a recommendation to you. And the recommendation of that panel is to adopt the document. I think the other important part of the terms of reference that we developed was that the 2 councils and me were to work to strive for a consensus on this, and there was complete consensus. So there was no disagreement in terms of the outcomes that the joint committee has come up with. So I think, again, that's really important in that you've got the regional council and the district council in agreement. So again, I think that really adds to the robustness. We talked about the hearings and deliberations. There was an overwhelming support in the submissions for the draft FDS, and that came from government departments, iwi, business, and the general public at large, not completely. There were clearly some concerns from some parties about the whole issue of intensification, and I'm sure that's an issue that's come up. But again, the national policy statement, which requires this document, requires councils to intensify the amendments to the Resource Management Act, the Housing and Building Supply Amendment Act to the Resource Management Act requires intensification. So it's that whole issue of intensification has really been taken out of the hands of councils in deciding should they, what's been put back to the councils, in what circumstances should they not, and that's again in very limited circumstances. So again, I think that's context for this FDS. As we've set out, there were 26 submissions were heard. They were heard over 3 days. Joint committee did deliberations. We've drafted the report before you, and officers again have redrafted the FDS. So the joint committee's recommendation is to you is to adopt it. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions when we get to that. There's more. So again, as I said, there was broad level of support for the document, and one of the bases of our decision making of the committees was that it clearly needed to be evidentially based. So in that respect, very few changes have been made to the substantive part of the FDS, i.e. particularly including new areas for intensification. Set up out there is the couple of sites which have been added in, 546 and 568 Nongataha Road. That's the site next to the Heritage Farm, the Somerset site, and 85A Aquarius Drive, the Bonington Farm. Part of that site was already in. Through the evidence, through planners and through their comprehensive evidence before us, we were convinced and satisfied that they should be in. They essentially form a hub. They help assist with the intensification of that central part of Rotorua, have gone in as that short medium term, i.e. they can be developed sort of any time between now and in 10 years, and you'll all be aware that certainly the Somerset site is going through the COVID fast-track recovery process. I'm not sure where that's actually at, but I know that's being processed at the moment. So again, no other new sites were included. All of the other changes have really been around clarification, readability of the report. And again, I think that was a real testament to, I think, how well the draft was done, and those broad level support submissions. And of course, we responded to those submissions, asking some sites to be added, and we have not included a number of others where we didn't think the evidential base was strong enough. And the point that we make in the report is that the FDS has to be reviewed, has to be updated or reviewed at least every 3 years and fully every 6 years. So there's clearly an opportunity for other parties to come along subsequently and make their case to the councils. Of course, also open to them as other private plan changes through the RMA. So the FDS, I think, is important. It is a broad level strategy. It's not statutory in the sense it's not a resource, it's not a district plan or a regional policy statement. So it clearly can be changed, and it can be changed by the council at any stage if it chooses. Thank you.
Just briefly in terms of next steps. So obviously, following this, should it get adopted today, we'll be looking at developing a published document as well as a summary storybook for the website, and that will be finalised in February, March. And then we'll be looking at developing an FDS implementation plan that, although it didn't form part of this product, is the natural next step for the FDS, which lays out, I guess, step by step, our process to start implementing the FDS. And I think critical to that is also the coordination. And we're hoping to obviously look at the first quarter of next calendar year to get that up and running. It also, quite critically, is that also informs the 30-year infrastructure strategy and LTP. And obviously, we've started the process of infusing, I suppose, what's coming through the FDS, and obviously would, following its adoption, would carry through into the process next year. And then updating the evidence base is quite important. So the HBA, the Housing and Business Capacity Assessments, on a 3-year cycle. So we would kick in updating our current HBA next year, so that by end of 2024, we've got an updated evidence base, and that really starts the whole process again with the FDS. We'll be working towards reviewing the FDS on a 3-year cycle, so be obviously looking at 2026, coming up with an update to the FDS, and then every 6 years you have to start the whole process around the FDS again as per the NPS. So that's it from me.
I think that's us ready for questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just signal that I'm happy to move the recommendation that's in the agenda? Thank you. And I just have a question, perhaps both for Greg and either JP or Damon, why we shouldn't or can't delay the adoption of this FDS pending the new government being formed and any announcement they might have around medium density residential standards or whatever they're going to do around reform of the RMA.
How about I start and then we get a better technical response at the end of it. Look, I wouldn't mind going back to the National Policy on Urban Development actually started as the National Policy Statement on Urban Development Capacity, and it was written by the last national government, so it was introduced in 2016. So in 2020, Greg could certainly talk about what was amended, but back in 2016, when it was put in place, the then national government had recognised that councils weren't taking a long-term planning view, and so that was creating problems around the supply of land and options for housing, and they therefore were also not planning sufficiently for the infrastructure needed to support growth. And we've heard the comment about sufficient supply to allow a competitive market. So that was a really important statement from when that policy statement was first done. So that drove councils to say, you need to start taking a long-term view, have a strategic analytical view of where growth should occur, what tools you need in place to ensure there's sufficient capacity for housing. Because the consequence of not having that is, A, there's insufficient choice, and you get a price consequence of lack of supply and reactive. And also unplanned for councils around infrastructure investment. Now that drives up prices, it means you don't have a well-functioning market, and you drive in further inequalities into the housing space because prices go up significantly. So look, my kind of, with the view there, and the reason why I made a reference to the last national government, in the policy discussions that I've seen around, there's been no comments made about the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. So the issues that were identified around a longer term strategic planning around capacity for housing was a problem then, is a problem now, and we haven't seen any signal of changes to that. What is being discussed, obviously, is the RMA, which is the toolkit. So what we've got is a strategic document that we think is really important for informing our 30-year infrastructure strategy, our long-term plan, and actually some of the decisions you're making in the short term around things like leases for sports fields or future sport field locations. That's all off the back. So PARS, the play and active recreation strategy, has been based on the view of where growth will occur and planned growth that we're putting in place through this strategy. So I suppose my comment here is it's a policy statement directing us to do it, and it's good urban planning. It gives us a strategic view for the longer term, and also means that we don't run into the problems that we actually experienced when we adopted our 2016 operative district plan, which was there was insufficient land zoned for development and the subsequent housing crisis we had. So strategically important document. I think it's been seen by both last governments as being important for making sure there's sufficient capacity, and therefore I think it's critical. If the tools change, we have a strategic document to measure what actions or changes we need to make against that. If you want.
Thank you. I agree with JP. I think the other issue, I mean, the clear legal convention and planning convention that any of the lawyers here, you need to apply the law as it stands now, and that may change. Who knows? We don't know what that might be, and we don't know when that will be. So currently, the Resource Management Act which, as you know, has actually been repealed, but all the saving provisions retain all these provisions. So this document, the National Policy Statement, says you must prepare an FDS, which is what you have done. And that sets, as JP said, sets out your broad development strategy. Who knows, with an amended piece of legislation, whether you'd want to change your strategy at all anyway. I mean, it sets out where growth will generally go. It sort of sets out what infrastructures might be required, both physical and social. And it clearly plays into your long-term strategic planning and your financial position. The other thing with medium-density residential housing provisions, I think somehow if you can separate those out, because MDRS has come through a specific change to the legislation, it was the Resource Management Housing Supply Amendment Act, which says councils, which have now included Rotorua, must intensify. And it's taken away that discretion. It says the Act, it's the Act, not the district plan, it's the Act that sets out, that term 3 houses, 3 stories. So, and that's what you're dealing with through Plan Change 9. So technically, Plan Change 9 is not strictly related closely to the FDS. It's the FDS which sets out your broad strategy. So my view is, clearly this is a political decision, but there's no reason to delay approving the FDS if you support this one, because it's currently required under the legislation. If that changes, you can review it. But I think the critical issue is the FDS is a strategy, Plan Change 9 is a plan change. And in an ideal world, I mean, and Auckland's faced this, all other councils have faced this, you would have your strategy and then you'd do your planning. But of course, the planning provisions in the Act said you must do it now. And of course, MDRS is already operative. People can do it now because the Act says you can. Every relevant residential zone shall be able to build 3 houses, 3 stories, and it's the Act which sets out the height in relation to boundary, the site coverage and all those things. It's not a district plan specific matter.
Thank you for that thorough answer. We've got questions from Councillor Lee and then Councillor Patterson and Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, gentlemen, for the report. I agree, it's a robust document. The draft that you started with was very good, polished, almost too good, and it was beyond the consultation document. Didn't seem to have too many options in it. Predetermined might be one word that springs to my mind, but we'll put that aside. My concern surrounds MDRS, which I have heard your most recent comments right now. Obviously, MDRS is controversial. Auckland didn't want it. Canterbury rejected it. And curiously, Rotorua became the only Tier 2 city that begged for it. Did you get any submissions opposing MDRS? Well, firstly, the question is, did you consult on whether Rotorua people would like MDRS in their city?
Point of order.
Yes, what's your point of
on
order?
irrelevance?
Yeah.
We've already heard from Greg
Yeah.
around MDRS and how it relates to the FDS.
And thank you. We'll
May I-
allow you to answer briefly if you wish, but we have heard that there's...
Yeah, so I suppose what I'll limit my, in that basis, question to, did we get submissions opposing intensification? Yes, there were some broad submissions opposing intensification, and they were largely around a lot of people, not a lot, there were a number who said Rotorua doesn't need to intensify, there's already sufficient land in the greenfield areas, you can do it, we like Rotorua the way it is, and I suppose specifically, and no surprise to you, the Glenholm group, again, clearly opposed intensification. So yes, there were some, and I think that was the issue that we've included in the report, and what I try to answer the questions now and come back to that point is, I accept it is controversial and it is a really difficult notion, and you're quite right, Auckland didn't want it, Christchurch City Council, as you know, basically thumbed their nose and said we're not going to do it, they're now doing it. But I think that's the point, that it's been a legislative change to say that it is enabled. It's already there. So in that respect, the strategy can't change that. So what the strategy has done is broadly set out where development may go on, based on that centres approach. So yes, it generally talks about intensification, but specifically answer your question, yes, there was opposition to intensification.
Did you specifically consult on whether MDRS was wanted by the people of Rotorua?
People were informed of the decision that had previously been made, and also the submitters, because we actually ran the process pretty much in tandem with PC9, as you've heard, they were directed across to the discussions under Plan Change 9 around qualifying matters. So again, areas like the Māori villages that we have identified, which is Res 3 zone, I think it is, had a specific view of not wishing to have it applied. So that is one of the qualifying matters for that area. So it became a reference of those issues across to Plan Change 9.
Okay, and this is a question really for Greg. Are you aware that when Rotorua Council began the process of opting in to MDRS, I think this is perhaps before your time, but it may have been drawn to your attention.
Councillor Lee, look, I'm very sorry, that is not relevant. We have already had a point of order on relevance. It would not be fair to ask an independent chair of an entirely separate process to comment on that. Do you have another question?
I will come back for further questions shortly, if I may.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your report. Actually, is this in Stella? No. Just, no. No. So it's just a process thing. I think there was a mistake that I would have picked up and I wouldn't have had to raise it now, but I saw one of the earlier maps right at the beginning of the presentation where it showed the MDRS applied to the bulk of Rotorua. Can I see that again, please? I just think there's an area there that's been included that probably shouldn't because it doesn't show in any other map.
And while they're flicking to that, we will ensure that this is uploaded to Stella and also online after the meeting.
So yellow says medium density residential standards. If you have a look at the central and west, there's a chunk of green missing there that's all yellow, which might go towards Councillor Brown's suggestion yesterday, but anyway.
Yeah, I can explain that. So some of the reserves, if they're not reserves, it's not a reserve. It's a leased piece of land. It's got a residential zoning across it. And so that residential zoning existed in our 2016 district plan. So we have not amended our district plan maps within that. So if you're referring to a particular golf course, it has got an underlying residential zoning because of the area and because it's not a gazetted reserve.
Right. Just the question was, in every other map that I've seen, it's all green. So people seeing those maps will think, oh, that's good, that's safe.
It is safe because you're making decisions about a lease that exists across it. Can I point out that this is planning maps? So we have a team here who look after the district plan. So you have been presented with a planning map, which is the actual planning map.
Thank you.
Thank you for checking, Councillor. Councillor Kiriopa.
Kia ora, thank you for your presentation. My question is actually related to the same, along the lines of the maps. The locality map within the draft document, it shows around Mātātua Marae and Tarewa Road on the locality map that, which is different to the, appears to me that it's still orange to be proposed high density, whereas the locality map within the draft that you've given shows that it is zoned residential, no change. And I'm just wanting to confirm whether or not that Tarewa Road, Mātātua Marae area across the road from Boys High, whether or not that is still, what the decision was in response to Mātātua Marae's submission that it not be open to is it medium density residential standards, that remained as it was. Can you confirm that area, please? It's orange on this map, but it's yellow on the map within the draft itself. Which page is it on?
Sorry, I just got clarification from Jason, and Jason Ward's here, obviously. Thank you, Jason. That was actually a submission to Plan Change 9. So we have not had the decision back yet from Plan Change 9. So Plan Change 9 will influence the last, and again, it's this editorial piece here of us maintaining that we've got two processes running side by side. So Plan Change 9 will come back with some actual planning decisions which may modify particular areas, but the comment you've made is in the Plan Change 9 process.
We've said proposed high-density residential zone because it's still proposed through the Plan Change 9 process, but could be modified here.
Thank you.
Thank you for checking. Any further questions before we move into comments? Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with your indulgence, Madam Chair, I would like to give Mr. Hill an opportunity to comment on the process that was followed initially by the previous council, who made a decision in a secret meeting to opt into MDRS. And I, earlier in this process, brought a notice of motion asking that the question of whether or not we want MDRS be put to the community. That was put down. So I'm finding it difficult at the present time to support this future development strategy on the grounds that the Rotorua people have never been given an opportunity to be heard about whether or not they want this. And in the context that Rotorua opted in to MDRS, unlike the Tier 1 cities, I think the people in Rotorua, a lot of people in Rotorua, from Glenholme and elsewhere, are really concerned about that. So if you could, yeah, the process to me is flawed because the Rotorua people were excluded from...
Point of order, Madam Chair. Sorry to interrupt the kōrero, but relevance. It's already been, it's not fair to ask someone a question about a process that they were never a part of nor had any knowledge around. Yeah. It's already been said. I think, get to the question. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. Look, Councillor, I did allow you an opportunity to share your concerns. However, we won't be asking someone who is not involved in the process to comment on that. So there appear to be no further questions at this stage. We do note that there have been quite detailed reports provided to us. Thank you very much for the work that you have put into this. We have had a signal of a mover of Councillor Kaifong. May I have a seconder to move into comments? Seconded by Councillor Councillor Maxwell. Seconded by Councillor Maxwell. And we are now open for comments and discussion, if there are any. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Worship. Here we are again dealing with something that's been mandated by the government. Previous government, that is. Sorry, I should take that back. So my concerns are, I guess you could say, aligned with that, because while we are planning to do our best for our people with regards to living space, there's a lot more to living space and living in a city than just houses, roads, pipes, parks. There is schools and hospitals to be considered. Now, a number of our school principals were quite vocal in the fact that we don't have enough schools as it is now, with the population that we have now, and that our growth in housing is outpacing the growth in facilities to provide a good quality of life for our people. So the Ministry of Education, for example, has stated quite clearly there are no planned new schools in Rotorua at this stage. That's a problem for me. My old school in Nongataha, for example, was built to accommodate 300 kids. I went to that school. I think Councillor Maxwell went to that school. It was a wonderful school. So now they've got 428 children in there, and they are being basically forced through increasing population to start putting schoolrooms on playgrounds and taking away their green spaces. So that is a challenge for that community to deal with, and it's happening everywhere. I believe Ōwhata is struggling, they can't keep up. And then the other point that I raised was our health system. People are moving into Rotorua and cannot get a GP, they just can't. So they are flooding our emergency ward, our emergency department, to try and get seen for minor things, which they've got no business to be going to an emergency department to do. I mean, I'm personally dealing with an issue which has affected someone dear to me because our health system can't cope. And we want to keep building new and planning for a new future for Rotorua without having the government beside us. It seems like we're making decisions without knowing all the information. And carrying on from that is, like my colleague Mr. Lee next to me has raised, MDRS. You know, that's a real concern for the people who live in these areas that are going to be affected. I think if they had some assurance from a particular government department of what their plans were, they might actually agree and back off and say, you know, okay, we need more housing. But when they won't come to us and tell us and share what their plans for Rotorua are, how many houses they're going to build, and more importantly, who those homes are going to, whether they are Rotorua people or people brought in from out of town, those suspicions and concerns will bubble under and continue to cause consternation in our community. How about a bit of openness and honesty? How about come into this chamber and tell us what your plans are so that we can put that sorry argument behind us and move forward? But again, my main concern is when we are again being mandated to do this without the all of the knowledge from the government as to what they are putting alongside us to be able to deliver a better community. Where are our schools? Where are our hospitals? So I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson, for your concerns regarding government policy and government agencies. I do also want to note the first concerns you raised around schools and health. The FDS is a tool and a broad strategy which can help to better plan for the future and where those should be. So we do note your concerns though. Thank you. We have Councillor Kaifong and then Councillor O'Brien and Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you, Chair. As indicated, I'm more than happy to support the adoption of the Future Development Strategy. As a new incoming council, we confirmed and identified that the housing shortage was a priority for us and that we needed to ensure that there was sufficient capacity for development. So it's not a strategy that we're building houses. What we're doing is ensuring that we have the planning and zoning in place. It's a strategic document where council is taking a long-term view. This is something that councils should be doing. We should be thinking long-term. It's a 30-year strategy. There is the opportunity for it to be reviewed. So there is that opportunity in 3 years' time and 6 years' time. But it is a planning framework for us to ensure that we have the right planning, the right zoning to address those shortages. It also gives us the ability to look at how we develop our infrastructure to support that. We've just come out of a very difficult LTP discussion around how we fund our infrastructure, and this is another roadmap to how we can ensure development is in an orderly fashion in the right places and at the right time. It also does provide some constraints on where we don't want development, and that's been very clear in terms of some of the iwi communities of where they didn't want to be impacted. In terms of this process, it has been completed with a lot of input from the community, and I've been involved in a lot of those workshops right from the outset, and that engagement was extensive, has been shown, and it's not just been developers and planners and consultants. You saw the school children there, the iwi groups and the general public have been invited along as part of this journey. And I think that because of that extensive engagement and the quality of the resources, the documentation, the presentations, we did get quality submissions. And I think that, I don't know if I can paraphrase Greg, but during the wrap-up of the final decision, I think Greg had indicated that it was a very enjoyable process because the quality of the input from the staff in terms of the documentation, the engagement, the whole submission process, the collaborative working relationship between the Regional Council and the District Council meant that we got a high-quality output at the end of it. We had submitters like government agencies who had been involved with these documents and processes with other councils who actually said, in one case I think they said they didn't even need to submit because they were happy with the quality of the documents. And in fact it was endorsed by Te Tato o Te Arawa as part of their involvement in the process that they were very pleased with the way in which this consultation document had been put together and the final outcome of the strategy. So I am more than pleased to support the adoption of the FDS. I know there may be concerns that about growth, but we're just planning for growth. We're not just bringing in a whole lot of people all at once and building a whole lot of houses. So we can't predict what is going to happen in the future, but this document is just providing that little roadmap about where we can put our planning, our zoning, getting the development in the right places and in the right order. And as I said, we have the opportunity, if things change, something else comes along, then we can look at it, review it in 3 years' time. But I would certainly urge my fellow councillors to support the recommendation. And I'm aware that we do have the support from our regional council colleagues who will be looking to adopt this FDS this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Greg, JP, Damon. Thank you, and I'd like to acknowledge all the hard work the Joint Committee's done, and also JP, you and your team. Your Worship, I actually had a long list of problems that I had. However, I'm going to keep this fairly brief because I think we've done this item pretty much to death, if I can say so. If I can, I was interested to hear about the previous national government being brought in. Can I just remind that we now have a coalition, incoming coalition government of some form. So we don't actually have a national government coming in, we have a national-led coalition of some description. What those various policies in the wash-up, who will be the minister, an assistant, etc. Personally, I have a great deal of uncertainty. I find it ironic that we have at the moment a significant engagement policy out for the community when one of the most affecting pieces of legislation ever impacted on the people of Rotorua was done in secret, has never been put to the people of Rotorua, and but is now being used to have a very, very large impact upon our communities. Can I just say, I have a great concern about the reduction in council's ability to actually determine how the city is run. And I have a very deep fear that if this is the sort of process that central government does, why are we here? If everything's going to be run from either a regional council or run from Wellington, why are we here? I have very real concerns about what's happened here, which is no reflection on the work or the hard effort put in by either our members that were on the committee. It goes bigger than that. So I'm sorry at this stage. I'd prefer myself for us to be holding back till next year until the new government is able to give us some idea of the direction that they want to see us in. Thank you.
Thank you for expressing your concerns, Councillor O'Brien. We've got a number of councillors, Councillor Kiriopa, Waru, Wang and then Maxwell.
Thank you. First thing I'd like to say is that I just want to acknowledge Damon and his team for the patience, the respect and the informative consultation that you undertook. I know that I personally was pretty hard on you. I attended a lot of the consultation and I just want to acknowledge your team and yourself, Damon, for all of that. You did a great job. I'm happy with parts of the FDS. I'm happy with the move towards nature-based solutions for more sustainable natural hazard risk reduction and natural land and water processes. Yeah, I'm not sure we've got any monies within the LTP to enable that, but it's in there. Probably I'm just going to replay my record and just summarise the main issue that I believe Hapu and iwi have with the FDS, and that's the systems that councils and central government, all of these councils have in place that actually weaken family and tribal units. And that's something that we've really tried to raise as part of this process. Councils are great at supporting iwi through policy and resourcing to enable things like commercial and industrial developments, because those things align with Western culture. They're seen as necessary for the common good. But systems, processes and policies do not exist and will not accommodate the specific cultural needs of Hapu and iwi. I understand that these systems and processes align with national policies that fail to recognise the First Nations Indigenous rights of Māori to live communally in peace in our traditional areas surrounding our marae, without councils enacting policy that actively break down our whakapapa connections. The things that we're concerned about is that you don't see things like rāhui, like how much is too much intensification or too much people, too much housing, too much infrastructure for our lands, waters, our ecosystems and the health and wellbeing of our communities. I'm happy that Council is looking to do something about the impacts of Airbnbs, but how long will we, there's nothing in place around dealing with non-residents who own holiday homes, which there's homes sitting empty in Rotorua. There's no policies that will deal with that sort of stuff. I can see that council staff have largely backed off areas such as Te Koutu and Whakarewarewa as part of this plan, which is where the remnants of most of our papakainga residential areas remain. And I'm grateful for that. I learnt today that there's still no decision around the Mātātua and Tārewa Marae area, and I sincerely hope that the submission of those peoples to protect those areas from, 6-storey apartment buildings is respected. As I said, our whānau have a right to live communally around our marae without being impacted by developments that are not iwi-led. I can't see within the FDS implementation plan any specific goals and associated resourcing to address any of the things I've raised. I was happy to see that the Wellbeing Compass was also supported not only by iwi entities but by the Rotorua Business Chamber. I can't see within the implementation plan, anything in place to ensure that that is part of making sure the developments are focused towards the well-being of our communities. There's also nothing within the FDS that supports finding ways to support our local whānau, our local communities, to bring existing homes up to scratch, because thousands of our homes, as we know, are not up to basic living standards. They're not healthy homes. And so I'd like to acknowledge the things that Councillor Patterson mentioned. One of the concerns I have is that, yes, this FDS is only opening Rotorua up to development. It's not that we're actually developing, but I don't see that there's any controls really over what that development, there's not enough controls over what that development might look like. So I'm kind of, that's my feedback on it, and I guess I'm just going to take my time to listen to the rest of the feedback to decide. It's a really difficult one for me as to whether I should be supporting it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waru.
I'd like to give my time to Councillor Maxwell again, because he has an appointment soon.
Oh yes, thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. Aroha mai. I did have to leave shortly and then come back, but I did second the motion because I'm supportive of of this, and I do want to thank our gentleman in front of us who gave us a thorough report and a bit of a refresh on many of the processes, and I attended as many of those hui and meetings as I could, and it helped me appreciate that we've got to look at supporting things progress as best we can. And thank you also for giving us an explanation even further about some of the hearings and some of the lawful things we have to do. Yeah, we'd love to do whatever we want to do and have no government over the top of us telling us what to do. True, but you do the best we can. And so thank you. I won't repeat everything that people have said, but I think the move of the motion, Deputy Mayor Sandra Kaifong, I think she covered many of the points I had. Also, Aroha Mai, I wasn't on the bus trip that many of the people went going around. I wanted to be on that, but couldn't be there. But Councillor Wadu brought me up to date with lots of the things that happened and that there. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and I want to try and ensure that my vote's recorded in support of, even though I've got to go now. Kia ora.
Apologies, you do need to be here to vote. We've only got Councillor Wadu and Councillor Wang remaining. And Councillor Lee. So I'm just noting if you do leave, unfortunately you won't be able to vote. But we'll go Councillor Wadu.
Kia ora, with that in mind, tēnā koe te manukura, I'll be brief. Yes, I'm supportive of this. I was on the panel, and I'll just acknowledge our chair, Greg Hill is awesome, and acknowledge his comments and his knowledge around bringing us together and keeping us on the same waka, which is very unusual, I was told. So I think we worked it out well. But also to Damon, JP and the team, they already know I think what they done was brilliant, and it's been a long time. It's not, it wasn't just like 4 weeks or a month or 2 months. This has been over a period of years, this kind of consultation. So I take my hat off to the extensive consultation. I just want to address some of the things that were said around, schools, hospitals, plans, nothing planned, all that kind of stuff. Well, if we don't have a plan, that's definitely nothing's going to be planned. I know this, that's how government works. So this plan can inform and actually strengthen our case in that matter. And also, when growth happens, there's a little thing in government that triggers those kind of decisions and those kinds of discussions at the government level, where they have to have schools, developers get this kōrero as well. Schools, hospitals, is the adequate jobs, all these kind of things all come into it. So I'm not too think about that. That's not our plan. Our plan is we're planning for growth. We're not the instigator of the growth. We are just planning for the growth. And it's a national policy statement. So, you're either going to follow the tikanga or the kawa here, or we're not. But I think we should. So that's me. The health system, same again. It works the same. Extensive consultation, I've already mentioned that. Yes, there was. And that was not just, in particular, iwi hapu hui, which I attended a number of. Te Tatau, yes, they're very supportive of it because they attended all those iwi hapu hui, and that wasn't just the trusts and incorporations and things like that. That was all around. And I thought it was really done really well. And so that's my kōrero there. Also around the implementation, the details in the plan. This is not a details plan. This is an overall, a broad plan to give us some direction. The implementation plan is actually still to be had, as was presented in the kōrero, in the presentation that we've had. So with that, and knowing the difference too between the plan change 9 kaupapa and the FDS kaupapa is very important. I think we're merging the two. One is out of our hands. This is not. This is in our hands. And the worst thing is to have no plan is not the way to go. So I'm fully supportive of this kaupapa, and support the positive comments that have been said. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll keep it very brief as well, but thank you to all the comments. Thank you to all the work, everyone that has been involved in this, the committee and the staff that have been involved. Really appreciate it. My view is that this is incredibly exciting. It's visionary, and it's great to be able to see how our community could grow, potentially grow, and how it could change in a few decades. It's exciting to see the growth that could happen within our community, but it's most important that we do have that strategy, as Councillor Waru mentioned, that we have that strategy, that we can plan it. And we've talked about it before. We had our LTP session around the infrastructure funding investment. I see that the strategy will help us be able to make those better decisions around investment into our infrastructure network so that we can plan for that growth. It's great to see that the intensification, or from my point of view, it's actually been quite disappointing that some of the discussion has been centred around the MDREs. That's in my view, the rear view mirror thinking in this. The strategy, this plan, has us looking out onto the road ahead as we're driving down. And it's, again, I'll say, it's incredibly exciting from my point of view. Not everyone in our community, as we see from that housing and capability assessment, wants that quarter-acre section anymore. And not everyone can afford it. And particularly, I'm speaking for my generation, absolutely not everyone can afford it. But also not everyone wants that either. And we see that there's a huge need within our community for the different housing options, and to also have the commercial and industrial allocation as well. It's just great to see. I'll keep it at that to keep it short, because I know Councillor Maxwell has to leave soon. So thank you all very much for this, and I really look forward to seeing the outcomes from this.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wish to move a procedural motion.
What do we
need to know which procedural motion he wishes.
Do you know which procedural motion you wish to move?
25.2D, that the item of business being discussed should lie on the table and not be further discussed at this meeting.
Do you have a seconder? Okay, we could, so just in terms of process.
Can I raise a possible point of order? That being, is that a direct negative against the motion that we have on the table right now?
No, so just for people to understand, understanding orders, you are able to place a procedural motion if you have not spoken, which he has not. He is requesting option D, that the item of business being discussed lie on the table and not be further discussed at this meeting. He does have a seconder, and the process could be, then we put it to the vote, it fails, or passes, and then we carry on.
Just a question for clarification. The seconder has already spoken to the motion?
That's not relevant.
Oh.
Everybody's spoken.
Yeah, it's only the mover that is required. So we do have a mover and a seconder. Is there any discussion on this? Or, sorry, we can't discuss it. So we will put it to the vote to see whether council support it lying on the table. And we will do it by division if possible. So if you could just raise your hand. So all those in favour of the procedural motion that this lie on the table for further meeting, please raise your hand. All those against? That is lost. Thank you for trying to raise it.
Madam Chair.
So we now have Councillor Brown and then Councillor Barker.
Madam Chair, and you could add that me to that list as well, please, to speak to the motion now that I'm able.
Okay. I'm being very lenient on time. We normally could only take 2 for, 1 against, but I believe this is a very important item that everyone should have their say. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think councillors are entitled to their protest vote, but there is some logic to this plan. You might think it was predetermined, but there's the logic. What we've come up with here makes sense. It's been well consulted, as we've heard, and we recognise that, and Greg recognised there was overwhelming support for it. So, you know, I think this is a time to listen to our community. It makes sense. I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barker.
Just very briefly, I'd just like to say that I acknowledge the comments of my colleagues around the increasing impact of the government on our local decision making. I find that quite challenging as a person who helps to make local decisions. Putting that aside, I think the staff on the quality of the document, and it's started discussions across our community about what we want our community and our city to look like in the future, which is an important thing to do, because if we don't have those conversations, we can't plan going forward, and the government has no idea what we want so that they can put the appropriate measures in place. I look forward to the implementation model, which will give us the detail. It signals our intent, it leads the way, it's reviewable, which is a great thing, because things will change. So we have the ability to change, we have the ability to take on board what the new government will put forward or not, and there needs to be collaboration between this document and the government as well. So I will support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. In light of the arrival of a new government who has promised to make significant changes to MDRS, I'm of the view that this document is actually redundant, and in any event I find myself unable to support the end product of a process that began behind closed doors in this chamber, when the public of Rotorua have not had an opportunity to be heard. And so I look forward to the central government on this occasion hopefully intervening to save Rotorua from what otherwise will lay ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. And just to clarify, that is an entirely separate matter of which you have a concern to the FTS. Yeah, maybe I'll speak first and then we'll leave it to you as the right of reply. Thank you. Look, thank you very much, councillors, for sharing your views on this. As you can see, there is a bit of a hangover from the previous government and the previous council, where there are still some concerns about what this will look like. I want to be very clear that the future development strategy is the solution. It provides the guidance and it does provide the confidence to the community who can actually see now where things could be placed, what the future of Rotorua could look like. This is a 30-year document that we do get the opportunity to review every 3 years and fully refresh every 6 years. So it has taken a lot of time and effort to start our first one. We really want to thank staff and also our partners for pulling this together. But importantly, I actually want to thank the hundreds of community members, the many young people, the iwi representatives, as well as our experts within the community who work in this space, who advised this document, who actually gave their well-informed views and their aspirations towards this. And this is our opportunity to put that into place, because we have seen in this region alone what happens when you do not plan for growth. It hurts. And it hurts the community, and it hurts the council, and it hurts the future of that area. And I do not want to let that happen for us here in Rotorua. So I'm very happy to support a solution that is locally led, locally informed, that we can and we must do to provide that confidence to our community. So I'm very happy to support this. I'd like to now hand it over to the mover of the motion, Councillor Kaifong, to close us off before we put this to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the right of reply. Thank you for my fellow councillors who have indicated their support for this. As we've said, this is a document that is going to provide the roadmap for us. We will have an implementation strategy coming, and that's the next phase of this piece of work, so there is more work still to be done. We've heard from the outset why we should not delay this process. And councillors, can I remind you that we also started out with our new council having a vision and a priority for ensuring that we had sufficient housing choices, and that we had an economy that was thriving. And to do that, we needed sufficient industrial land, and ensuring that we had the opportunity for people, if they wanted to relocate here, either for business or to live, that they had places to go to. So I'm more than happy to support that. And can I just finally say thank you to the staff, to Damon. I can see Simon and Jason sitting in the back there, JP, to the rest of the team that's sitting in the other offices down the corridor. The compliments that have been given in terms of the quality of the work, the process of engagement, and to you, Greg, for the guidance that you provided us in this process. I'd like to thank Adam and the rest of the team from the Regional Council for joining us on this journey, even though it came in at the late stage, but we've enjoyed the process. We've worked collaboratively on this. And to my fellow councillors, I do urge you to support the recommendation, because this is only about looking forward for the future of Rotorua. Thank you.
Thank you. We have had that moved by Councillor Kaifong, seconded by Councillor Maxwell. I'll read it out. That the Council adopts te tuhinga huki o te rautaki whakawhanake I te aupōpō o Rotorua Future Development Strategy 2023-2053, noting that the Bapeni Regional Council will also be adopting FDS on this day, 22nd November 2023. That the Council delegates to the Interim Chief Executive to approve any final minor edits and amendments to the FDS. I'll ask for all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Division, so we'll do that one more time with the raising of the hands. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Well done. Thank you. All those against? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. That has been carried. I'd like to thank our independent chair, Greg. Thank you very much for being here to present and also answer any questions. And of course, thank you to our teams from our Rotorua Lakes Council and Bapeni Regional Council. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. We do note that you need to leave briefly. We now move to page 72 of our council agenda. This is our CCO reporting. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Lee. All those in favour to receive it, please say aye. Thank you. It's now my great pleasure to invite our Interim CE, Regan Fraser, and also Chair John McRae to the table to overview the report and also speak to their presentation. Thank you. Welcome, guys.
Morena, everybody. Actually, I'm not going to do too much of the talking this time. I'm going to ask Regan to do most of the talking, and he's quite capable. It's more about trying to slow him down, actually, than anything else. So, but I would like to just sort of make a general comment to start us off with, which is, you know, we've come through a growth economy, and a growth economy, of course, requires us to focus on capacity and volume output. But now we've moved into a flat and potentially declining economy. And I think, you know, for all of us, it's about, you know, the hygiene of the business, focusing in on the quality of what we're doing, and at all costs, you know, resisting the cutting of innovation and also the mining of our assets. You know, and that's just a general statement right across for all New Zealand businesses. It's not sort of, you know, targeted at us, but it's definitely the context of what we are now working within. So I'm really pleased we've got the right man at the right time looking after our taonga here, which is, you know, very important. Regan's done an excellent job. The board have got, you know, very specific KPIs for the time that Regan's working with us here. but he's managed to do a lot in a very short time, and the board are really grateful for that. And today is really about, going through a little bit of detail about, we've got the SOI in place, and now it's just how we're going against the SOI. So that's our promise as to where we're going. And on a whole, I'm really pleased with where we're at. We're delivering higher than what we had expected within the SOI. And even though it's not in this budget, we're actually at this point in time doing better budget-wise than we had also expected, with a small 25k over year to date. You'll see in this report, this is at end of October, so we're doing slightly better than what has been reported here. Still lots of challenges, obviously, and lots of opportunity for us to move forward with. But on that, Regan, I'll hand over to you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. It's been a little while, but pleasure to be back again. 3 full months I've been at Infracore now. That feels a bit longer than that. We're coming up towards the 4th. And just as a reminder of a bit of a background, I think the last time we presented was in May. And at the start of the year, we'd had a few hiccups. And in that May meeting, Council had directed officers of Infracore and Council to work together to figure out what is the best way going forward. So I wanted to cover off the highlights over this period, our challenges and where we're going. So as John touched on, our statement of intent that we put together indicated that we'd do what we'd done the year before. So our service level agreements specify pretty clearly what Council would like Infracore to do, and Infracore wasn't able to do that in the last financial year for a number of reasons that were reported back then. This statement of intent is sort of a holding one while we all work together to come back to Council with a here's what the future could look like working together. Pleasingly, a few of those things that were causing us issues have got better. So while our statement of intent says we'll kind of do the same as we did last financial year, when you look through the report, you'll see there's actually some pretty good delivery, especially on the open spaces and reserve side. And also on the utilities side, there was a fair chunk of work that was outstanding that needed to be caught up, and we have almost completely caught that up. So while October's not reported in here, there is a lifting of those KPIs for the water reactive side. What gets missed in the background is all just that stuff we do all the way along, the annual checks, the running of the treatment plants for water, and remain fully compliant year on year again. Some of the reasons things have got better is our staff vacancies and turnover have reduced measurably. A lot of that, as John has said, the world is changing a little bit, so industries aren't expecting as much turnover, but as well some of the initiatives that were brought in January are really starting to pay off. That has meant around that January time we had about 118 employees. We've now got 134, so that's a measurable jump in capability to deliver some of that work, which is leading to those KPIs. Pleasingly also, I had assumed that as we grew and got better, some capacity would be available for Infracore to deliver some of the works it hadn't been able to deliver for Council. Over the last couple of months, we have been delivering that work. That means that the revenue that we hadn't had the year before is able to come in, and is the reason, as John touched on. I think we reported we were 108,000 negative variance to budget, with the decent sized jump we had in October. For the year to date, including October, we're now 25,000 ahead of budget. The internal systems, so there is clear progress on, we've got some pretty amazing tools there, so finding those up, using them a bit more efficiently. That's also leading to a bit of stopping us from slowing down, I guess I would say. Really pleasingly, the relationship between the officers of Infracore and Council is really supportive. I should be clicking this, shouldn't I? Sorry. Across all the levels, the contract managers, the executive team, and dealing even with Thomas directly, myself, they answer the phone, we talk and we get things sorted. The emergency management, we've strengthened the connection there. One of the advantages of Council owning a decent sized organisation like Infracore is that there's a whole heap of bodies which can be called on to help during periods of emergencies. So we're just finding out exactly how that works, so there's no figuring it out on the go should an emergency strike. All sounds really, really good. It looks really pleasing, but I want to cover off the challenges because all the underlying issues are still there. You know, we haven't fixed things. We're doing really good, but the stuff that was an issue at the start of the year is still an issue. So our plant is old, our fleet has aged. We've got 14-year-old trucks. How that looks and why that's a negative when you look at the numbers is that it costs a lot more to repair and maintain a 14-year-old truck. So up to October, we're $123,000 over budget. The good news is that we are working with council on renewing some of that more aged assets, and I think that we're just about literally to hit the button to order a number of stuff. It doesn't fix everything, but it takes some of the more critical stuff out, which will both save money in the operational, but removes the risk of it not working and us not being able to move our people around. The innovation side, there is a lot of ability to innovate in the business using some of the smarts and the tools we've got, but we don't have the resource to effectively be able to invest in that. So there is progression where we're very lucky to have a few people who have some skills in addition to what their jobs are to be able to configure and use and plan. But going forward, I do think there will be a very good payoff for money put in to make things work better, to save resource in the long term. Liquidity, so we do have cash flow issues. Infracore is running at a loss overall. We're projecting a $39,000 loss for this year. That's based on a whole heap of assumptions, some which are not probably going to eventuate. Offset with the fact that there's some capacity that I hadn't planned to be available that's allowing us to get some extra revenue in now. Those assumptions in the statement of intent, the fleet renewal I've covered off, we weren't able to address that as fast as we wanted, so there is we're behind budget on that. The long-range weather forecast, how that matters is last financial year we didn't have a great run with the rain, did we? That meant a number of things. One of them was Infracore had a lot of work of clean-up, making stuff right again, and that was about $300,000 worth of work. The statement of intent assumes that that same quantum of work will be there. Long-range NIWA forecasting seems to be saying there's about an 80% chance that won't happen. So if that doesn't happen, that revenue may not be there or available to use. But there are options we're working through with council, because of course if council isn't spending that money like they did the year before, it may be available for us to undertake some other works. Inflation on expenses is probably our biggest one. It's higher than budgeted. Everyone's experienced it. So we're just doing the best we can to manage with what we've got at the moment. But that's potentially may have an impact before the end of the financial year. Well, we've managed to lift our staffing levels. You know, we did have, like a lot of industries, a pretty horrific turnover. Last financial year was a 60% annualised. So while we are replacing a lot of those seats now, we have lost a lot of that institutional knowledge. And sometimes people that we've brought on in a role are now cadets who are training, and that's great and we're uplifting them, but the person they replaced had 20 or 30 years experience. So there is a fair bit of work going in there as well. It's not, the numbers aren't exactly same. So what are we going to do going forward? As an update of how we're working together, we're looking at what does the sustainable future look like going forward for council and Infracore. As part of that, there's some benchmarking going underway with a couple of professional consultants. That's got a twofold purpose. One is to be able to advise council what is the benchmark, what does it look like if you were to go to procure this at the market, so that it has a comparison with what Infracore will come up and say what it needs. The other part is it's got an expert look at what we do, and so that information can help feed into our planning. What we didn't want to do is take what we've got and adjust the numbers so more money's coming through and say, yep, that'll be good. Let's actually build this from the ground up to be a fit-for-purpose document. So it's not us doing it in the corner and going to present it to you, and it's not council doing the same. We're working together. The input is really, really important, not just from a how many people do we need and what equipment do we need, but also from a how do we work together? What do we have to report and when? It needs to describe the behaviours, so it doesn't matter who you've got sitting on either side. The contract works in a way that the outcomes are achieved, issues are highlighted early, and its success is also highlighted as well. Where we're at with that is we're probably halfway through the process of gathering information from council and ourselves for what do we want to solve. That'll be then used to inform a brief to talk to a consultant to look at some professionalisation of the contract going forward. The other thing it will do is a really clear prioritisation of all the works we do, because there are times when there isn't enough money, and everyone's aware of that. So if there is a bucket this big, we want to know there's been a lot of thought around what doesn't fit in that bucket and comes out is what will have the least impact to community and council itself. I thought I'd throw this as a bonus extra, mowing, because it's so topical and it's coming to that time of year. So what we've done to address the mowing going forward is we have got a full staffing complement, so we haven't got any holes there. We've enlisted some extra additional part-time personnel to be able to fully utilise the fleet. We've also engaged an external contractor to mow some of the larger areas as well. And prior to it hitting crazy season, we do, as I mentioned, have old plant and fleet. We've gone out and got some proactive servicing and checking, so if there's anything catastrophic, we can get it fixed early before we really, really need it out there on that day. That will result in a 50% extra capacity for mowing and capability. Normally you don't need this if where there's a double-edged sword. If we don't get the wet weather and we don't get the money for doing the works on stormwater, it will probably mean that everything's as per normal and the grass has started to yellow off. But if we do get the rain, this will mean we can run to a 4-week cycle instead of a 6-week cycle. I really do want to point out though, a 4-week cycle, when grass grows as it does, it's not going to be super pretty. But we offset that against having a team and 6 times the amount of fleet and 6 times the amount of team. It's probably not an efficient way to resource up to be able to deal with worst case scenario like happened earlier this year, especially when it may not happen itself. And that is my really quick thank you for your time, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Your Worship, thank you very much for your report, gents. Excellent. Got just 2 quick questions. Firstly, for you, Regan. One of your statements up there said traffic management requirements have increased costs for compliance and have a long lead-in time for training. So when you say increased costs for compliance, what does that actually mean to you in dollars and cents?
Thank you for the question. So it's something that's been experienced for a while through Infracore. I think our contracts were, I'm guessing I wasn't there, was done a while ago, and they assigned budgets and numbers, and then what we have to do for traffic management has changed, but we haven't changed the contracts necessarily to adjust with it. As an example, the way traffic management is changing, it's changing to protect people, which is a good thing. But it's becoming a professionalisation. It used to be something that you go away to a 2-day course and you're qualified and you could go do some stuff, but now we're looking at a substantial period of time and about $15,000 per person to train someone up. And it's a dot your I's and cross your T's evidence of paperwork handing across. When you're looking at a site and you're looking, how am I going to set up traffic management? Your starting point is close the road, and then you work back from there. So the cost comes from time for the people and equipment. We are compliant. We've just recently ordered that, but we're not best practice. And so what that might look like is our guys at the moment, when they're setting up some diversion in a road to create a shoulder, will look and check to make sure no traffic's coming and then walk a cone out. Best practice is to have a truck physically blocking that. So if you've got somebody not paying any attention whatsoever, they're going to hit that truck before they hit the person. Indications are what is best practice now will become what you need to be compliant in the future. So you can either do it in-house as we currently are, or you can contract out, but these changes have happened much faster than the actual industry itself could adapt to. If you want to book in for training for traffic management at the moment, you're looking next year. If you want to book some planned traffic management by an external company, you're looking about a 6-week wait. Now that's not urgent. You know, if you urgently need to get somebody in, that's a bit different. But the cost to do all this, whether you're procuring outside or building a team internally, is more than what we have been paying in the past.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. And just a question for you, John, if you wouldn't mind. What did you mean in your general comment at the start where you said mining of our assets? What did you mean by that?
Look, I think it's a temptation of every business when they're looking to cut costs to not reinvest in the base assets of their business. You know, it's cash flow constrained environment and it's right across all areas. You know, I see it right across my client base. So the temptation is to go, well, I don't need to replace that bit of kit. Yes, it's old, I'll just put up with a bit more R&M on that bit of kit. And over a period of time, it gets harder and harder to actually get enough cash to reinvest back into those assets. So it's, you know, it's a real hard discipline when cash flow's tight, but it's really important to keep maintaining your investment back into those assets to make sure that you've got an efficient plant that's going to keep on, you know, delivering day after day and not having it off in the garage and not having it break down all the time. So, you know, that's where it's at. You know, it's really important to keep that investment going. And we are behind, without a doubt.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good work, Regan. Good to see you there, fella. Takes the pressure off a bit for us, not you. In the report that's in our board papers in July 23, you missed your KPIs, and that was around sandbags and Cyclone Gabriel. Are you a key, or is Infracore a key part of our civil defence response in those situations? And have you got a plan, you know, for remedying that if you are?
Through the chair, so Infracore is like a lot of the other contractors you have. We're here and available to provide services. And the comment around the KPI is just literally that's not normal business as usual that you have a team sitting around to do. So while they're getting out there, especially when it's a bit of a drive, they didn't get it done within the hour or the 2 hours that they were supposed to get it done by. In terms of, though, how do we better support a civil defence emergency, that's the work I mentioned earlier on. So what can we do extra? And it's an important part too to feed into the new service level agreements or contracts or however it is going forward, is really talking about as a council what do we want? Because one part could be having a team of 5 on standby 24/7. Probably doesn't make sense, but it's actually thinking out what level do we want. The real baseline of it, though, is, you know, at the moment we have 134 people who care about the community, who have skills that can help in a civil defence emergency, and we're ready and willing to support whenever we're needed.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Regan, John and the board for all the work that you guys do, and especially for your team as well on the ground. I just had 2 quick ones. First one was just around the progress against SOI, around the employee engagement with health and safety. I note that one was you're putting measures in place to ensure they do remain on track, but just around, I guess, the lack of engagement with the health and safety, because are you able to talk about a little bit about that? Just because the last thing we want to see is an incident happen and then to see that number not be where it should be.
Absolutely. And through the chair, so that measurement or key metric is how many people turn up to our health and safety meeting. And I sit in them every second time or so. And the last one, we did have a couple of people not turn up. And so that measurement is showing you that we're extrapolating that across health and safety by saying, well, we had a couple of people not turn up. And it really does affect the numbers quite a lot when you have 2 people not turn up out of the business. So it's the improvement to how that measure will be done is we've now got subs. So if somebody can't attend, there's somebody else who would attend in their place. But in that wider picture of health and safety, because it is so important, there was an independent audit done in November last year, which I had to read through, and of course, sitting over there, you worry about health and safety, of course, and I talked to my health and safety in person and go, A, do you know about this? Yes. B, are we doing it all? That's entirely what I built my health and safety plan off. So every single point in there is either completed or being worked on. The other part we're doing too is just a little bit deeper dive every so often, and that's why I know so much about STMS when I knew nothing about it 2 months ago. It's looking in, are we doing the right thing? Are we looking after our people? And are we checking to make sure our people are doing what they're supposed to be doing, even though they're trained? So it's important to be able to demonstrate that as well, not just train and release and assume that it's happening. So,
just like to add to that too, obviously health and safety is such an important component of our business, and it's a big focus of the boards. The reporting that we receive at the board table is very comprehensive, and we're looking for any sort of trends or anything that's not aligned to a positive health and safety culture. And we do have a subcommittee of the board that takes responsibility to support Regan in that focus. And of course, then we've got appropriate management in place to make sure that it's got the focus that it deserves. Obviously, that comes back to the board takes the full brunt for any health and safety issues. So we want our people to come home safe every night, and that requires quite a significant behavioural and habit approach from each individual that's actually out there on site, and we make sure that we can do everything we possibly can do to make sure those habits are in line with that.
Awesome. Thank you really much for that explanation as well, and to what you're looking to do. I guess kind of following on from that one, we used to get the updates around the employee, I guess the upskilling of the employees to, I guess, not only invest in our own people, but also to help train and I guess and ensure that the organisation has that skill there as well. Is that still continuing, or?
Through the chair, yes. So we have a dedicated training officer who's responsible. I believe we have, I'll need to double check, I think it's about 34 people currently undergoing NZQA qualifications, and that's right through from horticulture to water technician level 4. And it's pretty awesome to see people come from where they are and get to the end, because it is a trade that's in a lot of demand. In terms of how we're bringing people, we've rebuilt relationships with both Department of Corrections and MSD, and we've got some absolute success stories in Infracore as well. But it was also really, really hard. There was the Department of Corrections, surprisingly, was very successful, but with MSD, not so much. But there's been some work going on in the background. The big thing that's changed now is when we had a lot of people going through, we had a lot of vacancies. Now we've got 7 vacancies. 3 of them are for an industry which I'm just finding impossible to attract anyone. If anybody knows an arborist, please send them my way. And some of the others we're just waiting for some new trucks so we can put them on them to put them to work. So there's not a lot of actual vacancies themselves out there at the moment, but we are maintaining those relationships. And certainly when we can't employ the skill, we have to train it in-house.
Awesome, thank you. And lastly, just around the nursery revenue, I know it's not exactly tracking on budget as well. Not too sure what it has been in the past as well. I know there was some damage during severe weather events as well. But would this mainly be due to, I guess, potentially increasing costs or the lack of public use?
There's a bit of a multi-layered answer to that. One is the phasing or the timing of the revenue. October has put the nursery 7% ahead of budget now. So once again, a big change. It was just about doubled its target last month, and that was due to the invoicing of the annuals. There is a wider picture to the nursery, though, where we're probably 40% of the way through a business case to go, what are we actually going to do? I do look back at in the past, it was a thriving little business, and I look at the underlying parts to it there, and there's no reason it shouldn't be again. But it would need investment if we're going to really take it to where it needs to be. We're not ready to make that decision yet prior to the completion of the business case, but I do think there's a lot of opportunity there.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And just lastly, again, thank you to the board and you and your team, especially those on the ground who respond to incidents any time of the day or night, and especially so in those severe weather events, and really appreciate the work going on in there, and also the focus, the mowing topic as well. As we know, that's the very visible, I guess, part of council operations. So really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Patterson, Lee, Waru, then O'Brien. Thank
you for your indulgence, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question following on from the earlier one where you talked about the training for traffic safety management being worth $15,000. That's a pretty hefty sum for training. Are you suffering the the situation like we have, where we've had certain members of staff get trained up and then along comes the private sector and says, boy, you've got great skills, come and work for me and I'll pay you twice as much. Are you having people poach from once they get that qualification?
Wrong way around, sorry, through the chair. Not specifically for traffic management yet, but it is a clear and present danger. We do need to do some work around inflation of not just the cost of buying the diesel and that, but also the cost of our staff as well. I'm personally always guided, though, it's better to train somebody and have them leave than not and have them stay. But thank you.
Great answer. Councillor
Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Congratulations, gentlemen, on a really excellent report and a very helpful report. And it appears that the organisation's in good heart. The retaining staff wasn't a given last year. So I'm curious, what were the initiatives in January that you brought about to help make this happen?
Through the chair, and I can't claim this one, I was not here in January. One thing I was really impressed with is for anyone that's worked in a large organisation that sees engagement surveys, a frequent thing that comes out or highlights is that the team members may not feel like they have a proper relationship with their manager or be able to talk to them a lot. And so there's lots of stuff you can bring in, which is a great idea, but then it can just fall by the wayside. So one thing we do is one key focuses. So every team member all the way up, including myself because he comes and checks on me, gets a one key focus meeting every month as a minimum. That really is a focus on how are you going, have you got what you need, how did you get on with what you said you wanted to do last month, do you need anything from us, and what's the one thing you want to focus on this month. It's real easy to list a whole heap of things, but what's the one most important thing so we can talk about it next time. That's collected by supervisors, managers, and then fed through into the system. It goes through our people and culture team who both look for trends that might need to be highlighted higher up, as well as are they done? And if they're not done, it shows like a red gaping hole. and I go, oh, hey, what's happening? But across the business, we've got probably 95% compliance, and the 5% that isn't happening is because a manager was on holiday or off sick. But it really has, I can't tell you how much more of an impact that makes. Like reading back, quite often you might read exit interviews and go, oh man, I wish we knew that. Well, now you get to know it before somebody's gone and made the decision to leave, so you've got the ability to address it. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. I see you get lots of numerous emails from members of the public commenting on the high standard and presentation quality of our high traffic sites and tourist areas. I'd add my name to that, and I like to give your staff a little toot toot as they drive by, so thank you to you and your team, you're doing a great job.
Councillor Waru.
Toot toot, tēnā koe, te manu kura. Kāti mā moe, kai tahu tangata John, tēnā koe. Regan, nice to see you there. We're actually, probably, we miss you a bit over here, but kei te pai. Here you're doing good over there, and well, I know you are, so kei te miha tū ki a koe. But I think a lot of my questions I had have sort of been covered, like the health and safety aspects and things like that. And I was going to talk about the morale of the overall staff there, because it was pretty low for a while. And so there's been this massive turnaround. It's all in your report there. And obviously you connect well with people. You always have. I've known you for quite a while now, and you just naturally do that stuff. So I support the comments your chair's made about you going in there in a relatively small space of time. A huge turnaround, and I do note, you've been pono and honest around the $39,000 deficit that you're looking for, but comparatively speaking to what we were expecting, to be quite honest, I think you've done pretty well in your board too, John. Now, my question is around the future thinking. So this is stuff now you've cleaned up a lot of things that needed to be tightened up or cleaned up. Has there been any thinking moving forward as to where Infracore could sit, in the next 3 or 5 years maybe? Are there any industries or any particular trends that have come your way that we need to gear up for? That could be advantages to it.
Yeah, I guess that's one for me, and not surprising that you've asked that question, because I asked him that question the other day actually, and it's a little bit tough at the moment to try and see what the crystal ball is actually showing us. There's a whole lot of change at obviously central government and what's going to come through in terms of what the expectations are of CCOs and what sort of work's going to flow to region versus national and that sort of carry on. But the one thing that we can make sure we do is do what we're doing now really well. And our focus is there for the community, and our focus is to support you as council to make sure that we deliver, a good level, a good quality product, time and time again at a really cost-effective price. And one of the things, we've going through these independent reports has shown us that, we are really cost effective. We're well below the market in terms of what it costs. And it also, having us in there also reduces the risk, we're talking about health and safety and that sort of carry on to council as well. So it's got a bit of a real role, and I've always believed this, that the CCO has a real role to play in the portfolio and the asset management of council. We do come through a bumpy time, over the last sort of 8 months or so. And with that, we lost a couple of directors on the way. It got too bumpy and a couple of bumped out, is the easiest way to put it. And I would say that, and I'd like to thank actually, Stavros and Thomas, Gina, and of course our own exec team that are supporting us here to actually, just believe in it, keep the faith, and get us through to the other side. And that's exactly what's happened. And so I really appreciate also the support of councillors here too. So thank you.
John, thank you for the answer. I figured as much because, I thought I'd give it a crack anyway, because, there are things we do at core business, and then there's things that, on the horizon that could be changing, i.e. climate change, landscaping stuff, all that kind of stuff. So I ask in that whakaaro. Just my next question, my last question really is the assets. I don't know what's being done there at the moment. I didn't see it in your report. A while back it was said that they're quite aged, some of the gear, machinery, etc., etc. Is there any plan to upgrade those things, or is there new technologies around that you're testing out?
Through the chair, so the asset management planning is a large part that will need to be addressed through what is the sustainable way forward. But as a more immediate and separate to that, there's some clear issues which need to be addressed, and we're working directly with Thomas to look at replacing some of that older stuff, using council using some of its fleet replacement as an interim measure until we get the long-term solution, I guess.
Thank you.
But look, I'll just follow up on that. It does stress us that we don't have, good quality assets. The assets are fully mined. I'm not going to beat around the bush on that one. We struggle with the kit that we've got. We've got some okay kit, and I'm pleased that Thomas has come forward to help us out with some of the really urgent stuff. But that's not the sustainable solution.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Waru basically asked the same question, so I'll leave it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Were there any further questions? Yep, Councillor Barker.
Sorry, it's more of a comment actually. I'd just like to thank Regan and John for the work in the presentation today, and also I'd like to thank them also for keeping in close contact with myself and also Councillor Wang as in our roles as the Chair and Deputy Chair of our committee. It's most helpful from our perspective to be kept in the loop and to understand what's going on, so I just want to signal I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, there appear to be no other questions. We have had a lot of questions, but also I think some very nice compliments directed your way. I'd like to also acknowledge your team and your board member who is here to support you as well. It's great to have the first quarter here. We appreciate this is only quarter one of the financial year. I'm sure we all hope to see a good financial position by the end of the year, but we look forward to sharing further information and updates as we go along. Thank you very much to you both. Thank you.
Thank you to the staff too.
Okay, so we move to our next item on the agenda, schedule of meetings. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the report schedule of meetings 1st of January to 31st of December 2024. That's moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Wang. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. I'd now like to invite Una Hopkins to overview the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to take any questions on this. This is just a bit of housekeeping really to set the scene, provide you with the schedule of meetings being proposed for 2024. So on adoption of this, we'll go through the process of putting all of the meetings into your calendar. It's also the schedule by which we use to advertise your meetings publicly out to the community. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Oh,
yep,
sorry, happy to move. And thank you for that explanation, Una.
Okay, so we have a mover to adopt it. Seconded by Councillor Waru. Was there any questions on this item? Yes, Councillor Waru.
Not a long question. Just so that's pretty much our schedule for the next year. But however, hey, we still got to be flexible, and sometimes when there might be some special meetings or workshops or things that may be called. So just put that there. Make sure people understand it. Kia ora. Support.
Thank you. Just double check. There's no further comments. Nope, we do have a mover and a seconder that Council resolves to adopt the schedule of meetings for the period 1st of January 2024 to 31st of December 2024. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Nope. Thank you. I think we'll take one more item before we pause for a lunch break. The next item is our community outcomes on page 83 of your agenda. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the Long-Term Plan 2024 Community Outcomes. That's moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Kai Fong. All those in favour to receive them, please say, just receive the report, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And I'll invite Una to overview this one as well.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So, councillors, what is in front of you today is the final version of the community outcomes that you yourselves have been working on for a couple of months now in the lead up to and as part of your preparation for the long-term plan. So the last time these were discussed was in one of your LTP long-term plan workshops, of which some feedback was provided from yourself through to the Mayor at that point in time. Those changes have been incorporated into presenting to you a final list of community outcomes. So just to explain, your community outcomes are those sets of statements of the things that you as a council wish to achieve over a long-term period. And as you finalise what you are going to deliver within the long-term plan, that delivery is then linked through to those outcomes that you are trying to achieve there. So happy to take any questions on those community outcomes.
Councillor Wadu.
Just signalling I'm happy to move.
Thank you. And again, this is just the formal process of adopting. Is that seconded by yourself, Councillor Wang? Thank you. We have it moved and seconded. Were there any questions, or we are open for discussion if necessary? Nope, there appear to be none. So we do have that moved by Councillor Wadu, seconded by Councillor Wang, that Council adopt the community outcomes and include into the LTP consultation document. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? We have, and one abstention. Thank you. That is passed. Now, I'll just double check with councillors because it had been a bit of a long morning. Would you like to take a 1 hour break now, or? Yes, yes. We are going to return and we are full and fresh. So we will return at 1:30, please, and we'll take the re-establishment of Youth Council, our progress reports and then confidential items there. We'll see you again at 1:30. Thank you. We now are on the re-establishment of a youth council. This is page 86 of your agenda. May I please have a mover and a seconder that the report be received? That's moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Kiriopa. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. I'd now like to invite JP, as well as our Thriving Communities team, Kellyanne and also Felicity, to overview the report and speak to the presentation.
Morena, not Morena, we're out of that. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to hand straight across to Kellyanne and to Felicity to take this report for you. They've got a presentation just to guide you through the thinking behind it.
Tēnā tātou katoa, Kellyanne Panapa-ho, and I'm the Director of Thriving Communities, and this is my colleague Felicity Jansonius-Boudoir, our Community Wellbeing Advisor, Subject Matter Expert, Youth Development. Just get that a bit closer. It's our pleasure to present more detail regarding the paper that we've prepared for you this afternoon, requesting your endorsement to re-establish the Rotorua Youth Council. We've summarised some of the key points from the paper in your pack, as well as provided a bit more detail in some of the areas we thought you might like to hear more about. We're conscious that you have a full agenda, so we'll try quickly to whip through our slides and allow for time at the end for any burning questions you might have. Before we move on, I would like to premise our presentation with the point that we've done quite a bit of planning and preparation and engagement already. We have a reference group of external volunteers, 8 of them, who are actively involved in the youth service space and some actual youth voice, and they are poised to operationalise the next phase should you move to endorse our recommendations today. We also have an interest from a further 11 volunteers to collaborate on more detailed design of components of the program. In addition to seeking your endorsement to re-establish the Youth Council, we make the recommendation that Mayor Tapsell and Councillor Wang are appointed as council representatives to the Youth Council. Both elected members are alumni of the previous Youth Council and therefore have experience of the model, and as Rotorua's youngest mayor and elected member respectively, boast the success of the program. If approved, applications will open and a press release will be actioned before the end of the week.
So why a youth council? Voter turnout by youth have a tendency to be lower in local government elections compared to central government elections. This is significant for Rotorua due to our younger, burgeoning youth population. And currently there is no formal mechanism for youth voices into council decision making. We also recognise a need to re-establish a leadership, development and learning opportunity for local rangatahi to understand the business of council better. As our largest and fastest growing population group, they'll play a significant role in our future economic success as a district. And currently, the Thriving Communities team is developing a youth strategy, of which a youth council is one of the strategic outcomes. We've also researched what other councils are doing across the country, and we found that many councils utilise a youth council as a vital engagement tool. There are at least 35 councils that utilise a youth council already. So encouraging youth civic participation is also supported within the Future for Local Government review, which stated that there is a fundamental value in ensuring youth are represented in local democracy. This is also further outlined in the National Youth Plan, which advocates for young people to have a say in the decisions that impact them and their community.
You don't need to look far to find a plethora of great youth initiatives and strategies, particularly here in Rotorua. Whilst we believe it's important to design and deliver a range of impactful youth initiatives, we know that you'll want to see that we have a robust strategic underpinning to avoid trying to be everything to everyone. It's important we know what we're aiming for, the impact we want to have, and we're clear about what good looks like. In your agenda paper, you'll remember the boxes, the diagram highlighting the 2 strands of objectives with objectives we're pursuing. This diagram is just a remodel, really, of the same information. We developed this framework to underpin what and how we design and deliver. We've wanted to do this without reinventing the wheel, though, so we're starting with a local adaptation to the Ministry of Youth Development's Youth Plan that Felicity just spoke to. Additionally, we will collaborate with stakeholders to continuously improve the model as and where our rangatahi tell us we need to. in order to better fit our district. This framework will keep us focused on our mission to foster a system that sees young people involved and empowered. We're also really aware that we need our initiatives to meet Council's needs as well as provide benefits at an individual level to those involved.
So where has this thinking come from? Rotorua Lakes Council has received feedback about engaging better with young people while also having a collaborative approach to youth development opportunities. We in the community identified a gap. While we had a youth council for 17 years, it was disestablished in 2017 due to a number of reasons, including a strong youth voices kaupapa within the community already, concerns about youth council diversity and representation, and that the original purpose was no longer clearly evident. There was a significant focus on organising events as opposed to a strategic tool for council to draw upon. Now we would like to re-establish the kaupapa with some changes to ensure that we address concerns from the previous youth council by focusing on specific projects and having clear outcomes for all, the young people, for council and the wider community. And as mentioned, we've been utilising various frameworks and documents to ensure that we're collaborative, purposeful and meaningful. We're drawing on the Pūtaki Nui approach of community collaboration, the National Youth Plan to ensure that diverse voices are represented, and also guided by the review into local government to engage more meaningfully with youth. A youth council also complements our other youth initiatives such as the Tuia program and summer internships.
Just give you a minute. Again, we're not pretending that a youth council is the answer to every youth concern. Of course it isn't. It takes a web of wonderful activities and actors. But a youth council is the most significant opportunity for council to purposefully invite our rangatahi in and engage meaningfully with them on issues that matter to them. We want to see more young people interested and actively engaged in our democratic processes. It's good for them because they will inherit our decisions, and it's good for us because they're our future.
So what are the benefits to Rotorua? There are both short-term and long-term benefits. In the short term, we're demonstrating our commitment to youth, supporting their leadership and development, while also ensuring that youth perspectives are included into council decision-making. In the long term, we want to demonstrate our commitment to democratic processes and participation of youth. We also aim to strengthen youth engagement to retain our youthful workforce and economic advantage, and provide another way to show our rangatahi that Rotorua is a city of opportunities, where they can be the next generation of leaders and elected members.
We've prepared this slide to outline the 4 priority areas of work for the Youth Council and to illustrate and provide reassurance the program aligns to Council priorities, policy and planning. While there are challenges such as resource allocation and representation, we're confident in this re-establishment phase that those are manageable within our current resourcing levels. The potential for long-term benefits to our community, coupled with the commitment to addressing these challenges, makes re-establishing a youth council a compelling choice for our district's future. The benefits outweigh the challenges. Inner city revitalisation is the first of the 4 programs of work: climate action, a youth voice strategy for council, so for them being involved in the development of that, and in particular the long-term plan.
So what's in it for our young people? There are multiple benefits for our rangatahi: leadership development, civic education, engagement, building lasting relationships, greater connection with Rotorua, and a unique learning experience with transferable skills to not only benefit our young people, but our local businesses and organisations too. The Youth Council provides a platform to have a voice about what is important to them and their community. Young people will have a say into the future of Rotorua, their home. So when is this all going to happen? So as you can see, timing is critical. We have structured the program around the senior school year to ensure participants get maximum value and impact without encroaching on their academic studies or other commitments. We have crafted a program outline for the first year that ensures that the Youth Council are onboarded and inducted in time to plan a youth advisory forum that will ensure a youth voice into the long-term plan. We've also attempted to create a balance between a development opportunity for young people, but also providing key consultation projects that they will have input into. There'll be a program of 1 meeting per month, with the first engagement being a whakatau and induction in January, and their final engagement being a presentation to Council in September to showcase their learnings and achievements.
The re-establishment of a youth council is our opportunity to do something significant that will have lasting positive benefits for our young people in our city. That's us.
Thank you very much to you both. We now open up for any questions. Councillor Pedersen, followed by Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for your report. Exciting times. Just a couple of questions. Given that you're part of the team that I have a bit of a connection with, Kellyanne, will there be anything that will have to be stopped currently in the Thriving Communities team to cover this? Because it says it's coming from existing operational budgets. Will something have to stop to make way for this?
No. Part of our work plan for the year has been to establish a youth strategy, so it's been something that's been on plan, and that this is one of the outcomes. The re-establishment phase is part of the work plan already this year.
Okay, cool. The other one I had was based around expectations. There's nothing worse than believing that you're getting involved in something that you can really make a difference with. Let's say, for example, the inner city revitalisation. That might not even happen, given what we're faced with the rates that we're looking at the moment. That's one of the things we have to decide. So I'd hate for them to go, oh, yeah, let's do this, and then, oh, hang on. And then the same goes for the LTP itself. What's their expectation of input into that?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. Through the chair. That will always be an issue, I guess, when bringing on board external advisory groups. What we want to promote through this process is opportunity to experience what it might be like to be involved in local government decisions, have the opportunity to learn how best to give your voice and to give ear and light to your voice. So it provides that opportunity, and we're hoping by having the elected members part of the membership of the Youth Council and representing their voices back, that their views will at least be represented at the council level. How that is carried through to decisions is a matter of democracy, but it's providing the space for their voices to be heard.
Kaupai, it's certainly for them to come in at this time, which is probably one of the most challenging LTPs that we'll be facing. This is the reality. So that's a good time to be starting. I guess if you're going to start, good time to start. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you for your presentation. My question, I'm supportive of a youth council of establishment for all of the reasons that you've mentioned above. Has any consideration been given to one of the outcomes being part of a community voting strategy? We have appalling voting turnout in Rotorua. I haven't seen anything so far in my time in council around a voting strategy at all. Has it been considered as part of the youth council that our youth could, once they have a good understanding, I'm not sure how long they'd be, whether they sit for 3 years on the youth council or how that works, but once they have a good understanding of how council works, as part of their outcomes being to engage with our schools, senior students, to give presentations and help senior students who are nearing voting age understand why it's worthwhile engaging in council and voting?
That's a great question. Kia ora through the chair. My hope would be that through a program, this initial pilot phase re-establishing, there would be plenty of discussion enabled for that youth council to determine whether that would be something that they think would be a great project for them to pick up in the following year, and the timing could be quite good in time for the next election. So definitely something that they could be engaging with and thinking about.
And just to add to that as well, while we have a set number of young people within the Youth Council, the, I suppose, expectation or something we'd like to see from them is that they are engaging with the wider rangatahi population of Rotorua and like having those conversations within their schools or communities to see what the needs are and how to respond appropriately.
Councillor Waru, followed by Maxwell and then Barker.
Tēnā koe te manukura, tēnā koutou. Thank you for the kōrero. Big fan of succession planning and giving good experiences wherever, reality experiences, I suppose, where possible. I think Councillor Patterson hit on that. Look, just wondering around is there a particular age you're looking for, or is it only rangatahi at schools?
Yeah, that has been a question that we've bandied around, particularly with our reference group as well. The Ministry of Youth Development defines youth as the ages between 12 and 24. We know that that's quite there's a huge range of development needs that sit in that group. And we've also kind of consulted our reference group, and we've looked at what other councils are doing as well. There isn't really a consistent approach. So we've landed at 15 to 20 for our purposes. Strike a balance of all the,
Ka pai, yeah, because I just wonder around that term rangatahi can mean, it's a in context type of a kupu tērā. Hoi anō, kai te pai tērā now, I have to find it. I just didn't see it in the report, that's all, sorry. Yeah. My second question is around the makeup, the numbers and the makeup of the rangatahi or the Taiohi Council. What would that look like?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So the reference group recommended that we just mimic the size and scope of the council currently. So 11 members. And they also talked about, in terms of that diversity piece as well, that those seats reflect what currently is happening in council as well.
Ka pai tēnā whakaaro. So thank you very much. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation, and I'm really thrilled. I will be supporting this, the re-establishment again of the youth committee part of our council. And let's face it, the best example that we got here in Rotorua is our own current mayor, who was on the youth council for 2 years. And Fisher, of course, but in Mayor Tania's time, I thought, great, go on to the youth council. This will put her off. You're too pretty to be involved in local government. But that's an example of where you can get to. The question I had was I'm trying to think, why in 2017 did we stop continuing with the Youth Council? Trying to remember.
Through you, Madam Chair. So there's a variety of reasons as to why it was disestablished, including a lack of representation and diversity within the council, that the kaupapa had changed significantly from the intention, so it turned more into a event management tool as opposed to a strategic tool for council, and there was a very strong youth voice kaupapa that existed in the community. So our external youth agencies had a very strong alignment to the kaupapa that we're now talking about today.
Oh, very good. I'll have more to say when we get back to the debate, but kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ladies, for your report. Really thorough report. In it, you mentioned the challenges of establishing and supporting the council, and also resource allocation, and you've mentioned that some of it will come from existing budgets. There is also a comment in the financial and budgetary considerations that ongoing operational budget will be sought through the next long-term annual planning cycle. Could you give us some indication of what that might look like, considering that we are going through a very challenging time with our budgetary planning matters? Thank you.
The intention of this first establishment phase of the Youth Council is to test out all the potential and as well as all the potential challenges. Where there is an indication that a shortage of resourcing might come, then we have to look at how we might structure it in a way that meets, that enables it to be delivered in a reduced kind of resourcing capacity. So it's really about using this phase to understand what the future holds and how then to best design the program to meet the current demands.
The other part of it is not to treat Thriving Communities as a department that has to fit it within its box. Certainly my undertaking was that because we're at this development phase, we've got a group approach to it. So if I do need to shift resourcing from another department to fund the ongoing nature of the program once that's developed and we're through the pilot, I can do that across the group.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, ladies, for your presentation. I appreciate the initiative that you've shown, and from one person to another who loves youth, I appreciate very much where you're coming from. Starting with the common ground, I joined Rotary about 20 odd years ago, and they threw me on all the youth committees, and I've done an awful lot of project work with youth and mentoring in general, and looking at today's youth and even today's adults, learning about civics is important. It's, but I do have a few questions. So, do we have an age limit on putting submissions into council?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no reasons why we shouldn't take a submission from any group or young person. So I think that's probably, you've seen us talk about some of our engagement practices where we have actually engaged into colleges. And even in areas like the design of the lakefront, there was focus groups with young people, very young people, and right down to sort of really creative ways to start looking at how we develop playground concepts. So there's no limit to the age of a contribution.
And there's no limit on putting petitions in like we saw this morning, is there? Yeah. So youth do actually have access to us as elected members and to council and council processes. Democracy is something I cherish. In this chamber I've previously described it as tapu. What you're proposing is that some youth would be appointed. None of us were appointed, except by the public, by a democratic vote. And so I'm wondering how the analogy of calling what you're wanting to do a council, I'm wondering if that sort of breaks down as an analogy there, because those appointed ones, or recruited ones, sorry was your word, my apologies, wouldn't actually be elected, would they?
That is correct. In this re-establishment phase, due to the timeframes, we've elected to propose a selection process that invites applications from young people and all their whānau or representatives. That's not to say that through the evaluation and reflection phase of the process and the young people actually developing recommendations for the next iteration, that they don't recommend that the next phase should be an election process.
I get the impression that youth have a lot of other options available to them for pursuing leadership, certainly more than when I was at school. One of the things I was involved with was setting up a junior youth program in schools. Is there a shortage of opportunities for youth to join a committee and do something?
Inter-council, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any further questions? There appear to be none. May I ask for a mover and a seconder so we can open up for discussions? That's moved by Councillor Maxwell, seconded by Councillor Waru. I now welcome any discussion on this item. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Felicity Kerry-Ann. Thank you very much for your presentation and your report. Your Worship, I've asked to go first because I think, judging by, I think it's there's fairly strong support, so I'll go first as the dissenting voice. Forgive me, and this is no reflection on the report provided by our staff, but forgive me, but I look at the issues raised yesterday at our LTP, and also some of the process that occurred this morning at this meeting. And I wonder if some of the young people who were watching either yesterday at a 14% rates rise about how they're going to help mum and dad pay, how many extra jobs are they going to have to take on. Now, I raise this because I actually wonder, is this the right time for this sort of work when we have such pressing changes? And again, no reflection on the excellent work done by our team here, but this is lightweight. This is a puff piece. This is designed for Facebook pages and attention. I think we have pressing concerns. We face an economic crisis. We face financial challenges for several years to come. So I'm sorry, with the best of intentions, and I'm sure there's some very worthy work that could be done in the future on this, this is not a priority for me. And for many of the young people who made themselves very known when we tried to cut back on BMX and the investment in forestry, etc., they made themselves very well known to us. We have policies such as petitions, public forums, and also our contact details are well and truly known in public. So that's where I would be urging the young that actually want to have a look, not the LGNZ version of what council work does, the actual day-to-day processes that actually go on. Come and talk to us, come and view and see the carry-on that goes on, and then see if you really want to be involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. Yeah, I know I'm wholeheartedly supporting this, and straight away I look at leadership development. That's what I saw that you want to do with some of the ones in there. Leave the elected members, and we've got some youth on the council now to deal with some of those big, heavy issues. There's nothing to stop you attending any of the meetings and sitting in the gallery and listening, and if it helps. But to me, could I have the slide that went back to showing the timeline of some of the things you were doing? Because I do want to comment on some of the things that are there that I think are positive. And while you're looking for it, I mean, I think about the young achievers that we had a function here about a month ago. And I think, Don, you were the MC for that evening. Now, that night, every one of those, 54 people or something, you know, their CVs and their various things were just brilliant. But back here, I think this is neat. There are some templates possibly to follow what happened before. And I also recall where you're going to look at some things and discuss it amongst yourselves. That's good. No adults there, just yourselves dealing with it. Now, you've got one that leads right through from climate change right through to you plan a festival, because our idea of a festival might be something else. But do I take it you're going to discuss that and plan it in the summer, or is that when it was going to be held? June 24th.
You're referring to the Festival for the Future?
Yeah.
That That's a national forum for youth council members, so that would be attendance, and that's funded. There's national funding for that, central government funding for that.
No, I'm wholeheartedly supportive of this, and one of the ideas that I can recall when we did have the youth council, we did allow one of the members to be invited onto the full council, non-voting, but sat with us, helped bring our age group down anyway. But it was tremendous that they were there and they took on board what was being involved. But it not only that, it is good for our council to be showing our support to the young. So kia ora, good luck, and I do hope we have full support. And I used to be the youngest on council. Kia ora.
Thank you. Were there any further discussion? Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te manukura hau tira kia kōrero ake au mo te kaupapa nei. Obviously I support it, and I did take into consideration some of the other comments that have been made, and I understand. But you know, around the appointment rather than the election, the very first in our history, very first council for Rotorua was appointed. Just making a point around that. So that's tera. You know, and the very reason I think that a youth council would be great is the very kōrero that I'm just hearing now. There's just a different type of thinking that goes into to the thinking that our rangatahi have in terms of what's happening. I'm an advocate for it. Look, we've got Fisher here, we've got Tanya here who have come through a program, the 2-year program. I'm glad because it didn't say, I thought it was that one was going to be gone, but I'm glad to understand now that it's going to be going together, which it should, because I think that's a great program. Just needed a bit more meat. I need the meaty. Here it is. So I think, you know, we always talk about, we're going to support our young people and all this kind of thing, and then karikau hea. So I'm wholeheartedly support the kaupapa. Remember, there are 35 other councils who have this too, and they have good things to say about it. I've actually talked to other councils about this kaupapa because I wondered where ours went. So I'm glad to hear it's back. Also, there are some challenges ahead, yes, I get it, but it doesn't mean, you know, we can't sugarcoat it and we can't put them in cotton wool either, you know. And with the, you know, retention of people, leaders, there might not even be a kaupapa they want to get into governance, but they might see something like planning or something as a way forward to contribute to our kaupapa here in Rotorua. So how te mate o tērā, kareko, it's good for us. And I think if it's coming within, especially within existing budgets, he pai tērā as well. And I think, you know, great, it's all planned out there. And when we get to it, things need to be changed, then I guess we're going to have to make some changes. But I'm all about that. I was brought up in that way. You know, you're talking about youth council, that's nothing when you got to go onto a marae committee or things like that and listen and learn. And it's put me in good stead, and indeed others too that I know of. So 100% ko tahi raupaheneti. I support the kaupapa, and I'd like to think that we will support te apopo our tomorrow. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. I reflect back on when we formed Saving Springfield in our committee, and we had 2 young people serving on our committee. On the first time we met, I said to them, hey guys, I'm glad you're here, and I hope you stick around, because you're going to see a bunch of adults get themselves organised and get some stuff done, and it'll be fantastic committee experience for you, and be a good learning experience. And they stuck it out all the way through to the bitter end, and I'm sure they've learnt an awful lot from that process. In reply to Councillor Waru, there's 33 councils who don't have a youth council. My advice to the young people who might be interested in this kind of activity I would draw from the good book, which says, if you want to be great, become a servant. I think there are opportunities out there in the community to serve on committees, on projects, get organised, get some skills, get some knowledge of the world, and then maybe the people around will say, just like they did at that first council meeting of Rotorua, tap you on the shoulder, you're in, buddy. And that's really democracy in action, and that's probably the reason I won't be able to support it today. But I do love and appreciate your intentions and heart and goodwill.
Thank you. Were there any further comments? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Of course, there was a word I saw up there that is quite dear to my heart, and that is cohesion. That cohesion doesn't come from the top, it comes from the people below and works up. So having our youth involved in this process of bringing our community together so we can get through this challenging time, I see as a positive. I refer back to my comments earlier that so long as they are fully cognizant of what they're getting themselves into, of the challenges that lie ahead, and that they may be disappointed along the way, then that's okay. That's part of life. You have to learn and roll with the punches. Get up, dust yourself, and get on with it. So if they're prepared to get involved, then I applaud them. I look forward to working with them, hopefully.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, absolutely we need to thank the work that you guys have done, and that was a really great presentation with a lot of information and background into how this came to be and what we hope to see from this as well. Speaking as a former Youth Council member, I was on the last Youth Council that Rotorua Lakes Council had in 2016, and very aware that Mia Tapsell was as well, and so we're both, I guess, alumni that ended up pursuing this down this path. I guess I want to say that Rotorua has a very youthful population, as we know from the stats, compared to the rest of the country, and I guess, like Councillor Waru said, however you kind of whatever that comes under that umbrella of whether it's 12 to 24 or 15 to 20, whatever it may be, young people are very underrepresented, especially in local government, and we know how there's a lack of engagement with local government, but in politics, but especially so with local government, so much so that LGNZ National Council had formed a committee, or I guess a sector group called the Young Elected Members, and that's for any young elected member that's under the age of 40, and it's been operating for about a decade now. I know Mia Tapsell was one of the founding members of that, eight years now. And initially they started off with 2%, then it increased to 6%, then it increased to 12%. Now I think it's around about 15% of all elected members across the country are under the age of 40. And I think that gives a pretty clear indication around the lack of diversity and the need to foster leadership and governance skills within our own communities, for our rangatahi. And I see this program, and one thing when we started, I guess, planning for this work was I didn't want to see it just as a tick box exercise. And thanks to Councillor O'Brien's comments around that this is just for Facebook. Actually, I'll say a lot of young people don't even use Facebook anymore because that's a bit outdated for them. But it's not, from all the work that has gone into this, I know that this won't just be a tick tick box exercise. And even without a youth council, the team have been doing incredible work with the resources that they have had to engage with our young people. But this program I see as it's not just doing that, it's a two-way approach. It's a win-win. We're able to get I guess a representation of a voice from a very underrepresented sector of our community, and in turn we are able to provide an insight into the civic process of the district, being able to give them an insight into the governance and the leadership and what goes on, the good and the bad, and those hard discussions that we have of how we operate as a district. And then I guess they can make that decision on whether or not they want to pursue and continue doing that. But I guess to end my conversation is young people, they're not the leaders of tomorrow, they're the leaders of today. And we see everywhere that more and more young people are becoming more passionate about their communities, about their futures, because they're seeing their future is at stake in a lot of the decisions that we make. And it is really vital for us to be able to help, again, foster that growth and that leadership through. And I'll say it's almost like succession planning for our own district. And I think I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to take a final comment from Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to acknowledge the aspirational and inclusive initiative that you people have worked so hard on. Thank you very much. I acknowledge that it fosters the potential leaders in our community, and I'd like to acknowledge the alumni in the room. It's obviously did a good job in the past. I guess my concerns are around the timing of this initiative, considering the challenges that we're facing. Putting extensive resources and time into this at this particular time when, as Councillor O'Brien has mentioned, that we're facing very difficult times. I find it harder to justify. I do not want to minimise the impact and voice of young people in our community, and I thank our team in comms and also across the staff of the council who engage with young people and try and gather their voice as much as possible. But yeah, I just reiterate that my concerns around this particular initiative at this particular time give me some cause for caution. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for your questions and your discussion. I'd just like to make a few comments myself. We as a council set a priority to have authentic communication and engagement for our young people, particularly anyone under 18 who does not have the ability to vote. Yes, while they may have the ability to have their voice heard, are we really doing it justice and allowing this council to be accessible to them, the information and opportunities to be available to them? And this, to me, is a perfect way of fulfilling not only that gap, but also showing our young people that we do value them and we believe in their potential. Because I tell you what, the young people from the schools in Rotorua that come and visit me here, or when I visit them at their school, the questions and the awareness that they have of the challenges for our future and their bravery in proposing solutions always astounds me. So I really look forward to supporting this and actually seeing the feedback that they do have to give when we are facing unprecedented, challenging times, because all of the decisions we are making now will impact them now and in the future as well. And I just want to end with, we have nothing to lose, but everything to gain from allowing them to not only come through these doors and learn more about council, but actually to be able to sit at this table and learn the highs and the lows of being a decision maker here in Rotorua, and of course a leader. So after 6 long years, that's from the entire high school time that a whole generation has not been able to have a youth council. And even as a councillor, when we tried to push for the re-establishment of the Youth Council, it wasn't supported at the time. So I would like to see that this council will fulfil not only its priorities, but also our obligations to support our young people in our community and support this. So thank you very much to the staff who have developed this report, developed quite a comprehensive plan on what they could focus on and how they could help us and how we can help them. So we do have this already moved by Councillor Maxwell and seconded by Councillor Waru. I'll read it out one more time before putting it to the vote. That Council endorses the re-establishment of a Youth Council, that Mayor Tapsell and Councillor Wang are appointed as the Council representatives to the Youth Council. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you, that is carried. And one abstention. Thank you very much, everyone. So we now move into the next parts of our agenda. We have our progress reports before heading into the confidential section. We start on page 92 of our agenda. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the report, Progress Report Corporate Services. That's moved by Councillor Kai Fong, seconded by Councillor Kiriopa. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Thank you. I'd like to invite Thomas to overview the Corporate Services report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will take the report as read, but noting there wasn't a finance report included this month because the team unfortunately were working on the LTP, I do have a brief presentation, just similarly, and just conscious of time, I'll just briefly go through and happy to answer any questions. I think the overarching themes with regards to our financial progress is just a little bit of a continuation on from the last couple of months. So capital subsidies are lagging a little bit behind budget, which are affecting the overall surplus being reported, and that's tied to our capital expenditure. In saying that, the DIA is releasing $5 million of better off funding to us as we speak, so that should be arriving shortly and should rectify part of what you are seeing there. With regards to the underlying surplus, that was 600,000 last month and it has decreased to 300,000 this month. That is off the back of revenue challenges in both parking and events and venues with regards to the Energy Event Centre and the Performing Arts Centre. So that's just something that we're monitoring and working on. But all else across our expenditure base, we're tracking well and within budget. And so that's from an operational perspective, just the one pressure that we are dealing with. And our capital works program is getting away in earnest. We will likely be forecast to be under budget by year end and have already taken into account some of those with regards to the information that you saw yesterday with regards to the draft LTP and any projects that can't be completed will be reassessed for inclusion into the LTP later on. So with that and with the other report, I'm just happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. This is page 92 to 99 on your agenda. Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te manukura. Thanks, Thomas, for your brief report, but to the point. Just looking at one of your things for the audit and risk report, there's a budget there, 385 mil, but total expenditure to date, 135.24 mil. Are we tracking okay according to the budget, or are we doing better than okay?
The majority of those projects, if not all, are tracking okay to budget. What you're also seeing is spend against the full expected life of the project. So many of those projects, like the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, go through multiple years as well. So I guess in this forum, I'm reporting against the budget for the year to date, but what you're seeing there is over the full life of the projects.
Thank you. I thought so, but I thought I'd better ask you.
Thank you for checking. Councillor Barker.
I'd just like to note that there's also on the project health portfolio and audit and risk report, there's significant issues in project health. Can you clarify what that means, please? That's on page 93, there's one significant issue, and on page 94, there's 4 significant issues. Project health.
So we're looking at the dashboard there. I'll have to go back to the projects that have those significant issues and come back to you. Just because it is flagged as a significant issue doesn't mean that it's not got a mitigation in place. So as an example, we're aware that at the Aquatic Centre there is an issue with regards to the beams that were exposed with regards to the roof removal, and so that will be flagged as a significant issue, but there is a remediation plan in place with regards to re-gluing and screwing. So the report just obviously shows the raw issue rather than the mitigation.
Thank you.
Thank you. There appeared to be another question. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understood we were going to be hearing an update on the lease.
So yes, I slipped my mind, my apologies. Speaking to Rob Pickifley, he has been in contact with the president of the Springfield Golf Club and is arranging a meeting to discuss the draft lease. And then once that's taken place and there's agreement between all parties, then that will come through to council for approval. So happy to share the terms that we're obviously working towards. There's still some discussion around lease value, but what we have done is we've engaged the solicitors, unfortunately not Tompkins Wake this time, my apologies, who did the golf course leases for Tauranga City Council, and so have leveraged the leases that they've put in place for the golf courses there, and so using very similar terms and conditions as a starting point.
So is that the one at the Tauranga Racecourse?
That's correct, yes.
Yep. Thank you.
So, as I said, that'll be shared with the golf club shortly, and I understand the president will talk to his committee about that, and then hopefully we'll get some agreement, and then we'll bring the recommendation through to council with regards to the renewal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. I appreciate the reminder. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just like to highlight the employee turnover retention by month. It's rather pleasing to see what previously a year and more ago was up at 30-odd% turnover, consistently down to 20-odd%. But one might infer that the employees are in good heart from there.
I hope so. We have provided some detail of where we sat historically, and so historically pre-COVID we were at 16%. And so that's something that the team is obviously working towards getting back to. It is still a difficult market, but what we probably have seen in the news recently is probably Christchurch City Council, which are still averaging over 25%. So I think as a sector, we still do at times struggle to attract and retain. But it is trending definitely in the right direction.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you. And final question from Councillor Waru.
No, kei te pai te manukura, that's what I was going to ask about. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Thomas. We now move to our progress report on page 99. May I please have a mover and a second to receive the progress report, corporate planning and governance. It's moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Barker. All those in favour to receive it, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. I'd like to invite Una to overview her report.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just happy to take any questions that you may have in regards to the report in front of you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just pages 102, 105 and 106 of the report refer to Te Kimihanga. When will the results of that survey be released?
I'm just going to, through you, Madam Chair, I'm just going to ask Suzanne to come forward. She's leading that piece of work and she'll be able to give you an update on that.
Good afternoon, councillors. I know that's a passion project for you, Councillor Patterson, and thank you very much for your support amplifying this really important mahi to our community. We've had 1,100 respondents, which is probably the biggest piece of survey research that's been done by council recently. Our plan, there's two-part pieces of work to it. It was undertaken to enable us to have a community segmentation, which means that we will get, I guess, personas and a better understanding of our unique communities to inform that authentic engagement and communication that the Mayor referred to earlier. So that piece of work, I think, will be presented back to you in the new year. The other piece of work that we're hoping to try and do is to draw some high-level themes out from that and get something to you to look at this side of Christmas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Were there any further questions? Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe, kia ora, tēnā koe. Thank you for your report and the kōrero, and Una as well, and the same team there. I'm just looking at the website performance. There's some pretty up and down type results there. Again, are you able to explain or put a bit of meat behind the kōrero there?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Well, we've got a couple of websites, obviously, so I guess the biggest sort of driver last month with our website was that there was no major consultation on in October, whereas previously we obviously had the future development strategy. Yeah, so that means that the Kōrero Mai, the Let's Talk platform, is driving people there, which is what we want to do to get that feedback from the community. You'll see a lift again, I would think, next month, because we're out for the significance and engagement policy. So I think the other things, yeah, have been hopefully asked and answered.
I just asked because the last one we saw, everything was sort of, now there's a few red ones there, but Kate Pie, that explains it actually. So I look forward to there's arrows going up again. Kia ora.
Thank you. There appears to be, yep, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a comment regarding the nice to see the YouTube results included there, and actually have to eat humble pie. We are pretty similar to everybody else. So I guess that sets a benchmark for us to improve from, though. Thank you.
We'll take that. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. We'll now move to our final progress report. Thank you very much, Suzanne. Thank you, Una. May I please have a mover and a seconder to receive the report, Progress Report Chairua Partnerships. Moved by Councillor Kiriopa, seconded by Councillor Waru. All those in favour to receive the report, please say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. I'll take the report as read. Are there any questions through the chair?
It's page 99 to 115. Councillor Lee.
No. Page 111.
One. That's not a good sign. Sorry, I've got the pages wrong on my thing. Councillor Lee, followed by Councillor Waru.
Right, so we're up to Te Arawa Partnerships. So the first item, Te Arawa River Iwi Trust. On the 12th of October this year, a protocol meeting was held between Tarrant and Council, that's the Te Arawa River Iwi Waikato people. At the meeting, a JMA implementation plan was signed. I stumbled, as you'll know, Your Worship, accidentally into this meeting, having come in looking for my cell phone the following day after a council meeting, and was a little surprised to see that a meeting was taking place here in the chamber, and so I was curious to find out what was happening, and I was further surprised to see you chairing the meeting, and the Deputy Mayor where she was, and Councillor Wang. And of course this wasn't a meeting that was advertised in the sense of a Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act. Should it have been?
Meetings with protocol partners are not council meetings, they're shared meetings of two individual parties, so while you may appoint your representatives to that meeting, it's not a committee of council per se.
Okay. So during that meeting, an implementation, a joint management agreement was signed, which included your good self, Ms Rangi, and I think Mayor Tapsell witnessed the document. Is this the business of council being conducted at this point?
Staff regularly meet with all manner of, and elected members, of course, regularly meet with all manner of groups outside of council. That is part of the business of council. So, where I think you're getting to is it a committee meeting, which would require certain standards under the Goima? It is not a committee meeting.
So a decision was made involving council, but that, am I wrong there?
No, the decision to enter into the joint management agreement was made some years ago, I think almost 10 years ago now, pursuant to legislation. So that was a decision of council, which was made in a council meeting, and the joint management agreement was duly executed. What I signed was an operational matter, which is an implementation plan, which sets out how we will, at an operational level, carry out the commitments that are in the JMA having been signed several years ago.
Okay. Is this a co-governance committee?
In the true nature of it, yes it is. The Waikato River settlement was a co-governance arrangement that was signed initially by the Labour government of that time, and then finalised by the then national government in about, I think, 2010. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Waru.
Kia ora, tēnā koe te manukura. Tēnā koe Gina, e kai te rere tunu ngā mihi kia koe. And I think it speaks to how dedicated and efficient your team are at still helping you to put this together, even though you're in the role that you're in now. So at least we forget. The kaupapa of the marae emergency management planning, it sort of started out quite with a bit of a hiss and roll. Is that still like rolling as per the plan?
I wouldn't be able to give a direct update. First of all, thank you. Yes, my team has been incredible carrying on without me directly in the role. And I'm really grateful for the support that they have given. In terms of the marae emergency management planning, I wouldn't be able to give you a direct update on what the next milestone is, but that work is continuing. I think it was included in the previous month's report, and I don't think that there's been another meeting since that, so the detail will be in last month's report.
Okay, ka pai. My next question was around the noho marae. Kaupapa understood that had good attendance, as you reported here, and that was one of the kaupapa that we had to talk about when we were talking about the budgets. I think, well, could you please give us a bit more meat, I suppose, to the kaupapa around how that went, and is there been any feedback from attendees?
Consistently, the feedback from staff is that it's very valuable. We often have a lot of staff coming in, not only from outside the district, but sometimes New Zealanders as well. And so providing an understanding of the local context is really important. It helps them to understand, from a customer service perspective, it helps them to understand our community a little bit better and some of the things to expect when they're engaging across all the different roles in council, whether that be in terms of resource consents or rates inquiries or all sorts of things. Just as we did with induction with the elected members, it's providing sort of basic training so that people are prepared for their role. We retained sufficient budget in the training budget to have one noho marae in this financial year, so we have delivered that. My team are looking at alternative ways of delivering training in the meantime, and we did also retain the Te Reo Māori training as well. So alternative modes of training can include, for example, we may do more lectures, developing more online guidance and policies. That work has been somewhat disrupted by me being in this role, so I have flagged that there's a slowdown in the work that we're contributing, but my team's been really awesome at trying to cover over in my absence. Things that have to be done still get done. Things that would be nice to do's are being pushed out a little further until I'm back in my regular role.
Kia ora, Gina, thank you. can just please pass on my mihi anyway to ki tō rōpu, your kai mahi, your hoa mahi, and also acknowledge your mahi too, because I know you've been doing even though you're saying you're out of that role, I still know you've been doing that role, having hui with people and all that kind of stuff to do with the Te Aroha partnerships. So, hei te mihi atu kia koe, tēnā koe.
We'll just take final questions, please. Councillor Maxwell and then Councillor Kiriopa. Thank you. Councillor Kiriopa.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your report. I've just got a couple of questions. The first is, when can we expect to see a collation of the feedback from the consultation that was done with Ohinumutu residents on Haukotuku Street? And the second question is, has a date been set for a hui in Ohinumutu regarding that street? Because the last I heard, which was a number of months ago, one of the staff was given the responsibility of organising that hui, and I haven't seen anything come up about that since.
Kia ora, yes. So we have continued to work with Te Mana Tōpū Haukainga o Ohinumutu, which is the working group that was established some 3 years ago. So they developed a draft Ohinumutu plan, which we provided funding support for, which was developed in conjunction with ISMIS. That plan, so in the discussions with the working group, they are calling a meeting. They are planning it this side of Christmas to receive and finalise the development plan, and as a part of that we'll be also talking about the roading consultation that's currently on and seeking feedback on that. So once that meeting has addressed both of those kaupapa, we'll be reporting back on where we get to. The decision was, though, that people wanted to consider the two things together rather than sort of not being in conjunction with each other, because there's a bit of overlap in the content of the plan with the consultation on the roading direction.
Okay, sorry, I just want to confirm. So that means that the staff member who was asked to originally organise that hui, that's now changed, and it's Te Mana Tōpū, that group from Ohinumutu, who now are responsible for organising that hui?
With our support, so they are hosting it, and we are helping to facilitate that. But it's much better when a Haukainga group is leading the discussion rather than council. But we are right alongside providing the support. I've seen emails this week between the group and our staff around supporting for logistics.
And a super quick question from Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship. How many protocol committees do we have, roughly? 9? Okay. What exactly is a protocol committee? Just a quick...
Council has entered into formal agreements with a number of iwi and hapu around relationship documents, basically setting out our expectations of how we will engage with each other, the values that will guide our relationships. In general, those values are around transparency, mutual respect, seeking to work together productively. So it sets out a framework for the relationship.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to conclude our progress reports and have a resolution to move into public excluded. So I would like to advise that there are 2 items for consideration in our public excluded session today. Number 1, a presentation on a WorkSafe case, and number 2, an Audit and Risk Deputy Chair appointment. So the reasons for needing to go into confidential are to, number 1, maintain legal professional privilege, and number 2, enable any local authority holding information to carry on without prejudice or disadvantage negotiations, including commercial and industrial negotiations. May I please have a mover and a seconder for the motion that Council move into public excluded? That's moved by Councillor Brown, seconded by Councillor Lee. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. Now, I would also like a further resolution to allow members of the public to attend. So, would like a mover and a seconder that Mark Hammond, who is one of the directors of Tompkins Wake, be permitted to attend the WorkSafe Whakareorua Village case presentation to provide a briefing to elected members on legal parameters. That's moved by Councillor Waru, seconded by Councillor Wang, and of course his support too. So we'll just allow a moment for live stream to be turned off.